Will the clerk please call the roll?
Senators Baisley, Bridges, Buckner, Coleman, Cutter, Danielson, Exum, Fields, Gardner, Janal, Gonzalez, Hansen, Hinrichsen, Hawkes Lewis, Kirkmeyer, Kolker, Liston, Lundeen, Marchman, Moreno, Mullica,
Excused.
Pelton B, Pelton R, Priola, Rich, Roberts, Rodriguez, Simpson, Smallwood, Sullivan, Van Winkle, Will, Winter, Zenzinger, Mullica. Mr. President.
Here. Morning roll call is 35 present, 0 absent, 0 excused. We do have a quorum. Will the good senator from Parker please lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance?
Morning, Mr. President, colleagues, guests, please join me in our Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Approval of the journal. Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. And members, I recognize it's not Cindy Markwell's birthday today, but that was yesterday. But it is Senator James Coleman Day, and so in honor of that, I move that the Senate Journal of Monday, April 24th, 2023 be approved as corrected by the Secretary.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No! The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. Senate Services.
April 25th, 2023, correctly printed, Senate Bill 297, 298, 299, 300, 301, correctly engrossed, Senate Bill 314, 164, 176, 267, 280, 283, 285, 290, and 294, correctly re-engrossed, Senate Bill 64, 75, 92, 148, 198, 248, 261, 262, 274, 278, 282, and 284, correctly re-revised, House Bills 1026, 1042, 1067, 1108, 1187, 1213, 1217, 1224, 1225, and 1228, correctly enrolled, Senate Bills 1217, 39, and 151.
Committee reports.
April 24, 2023, the Committee on Education, after consideration on the merits, the committee recommends the following. House Bill 1212 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation. House Bill 1231 be amended as follows, and as so amended be referred to the Committee on Appropriations with favorable recommendation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege by the senator from Aurora.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will proceed out of order for a moment of personal privilege. Senator Fields.
Good morning, Mr. President and colleagues. I'd like to request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Members, you've probably noticed some guests that are to my right here. They're from the Aurora Fire Rescue. I want you to know that the House or the Senate is not burning. We're here to acknowledge and give honor to those who respond to every 911 call. And it's really the fire department that responds. So today, Mr. President, we have a tribute that you signed that I'd like to read and then tell you about the person that I am recognizing today. We're recognizing Lieutenant Kathleen Hancock. Lieutenant, will you please stand? This tribute is for you. I noticed that you don't have your red helmet with you. And I understand that when you're promoted to lieutenant, you get a red helmet. And I've seen a picture of it, but I haven't seen you in your red helmet. But here is the tribute that we want to share with you today. The members of the Colorado Senate recognize the firefighter, Kathleen Hancock, for her promotion to lieutenant in Aurora Fire Rescue. She has been with them for the last 11 years, where she represents them in a positive light and in the public. Lieutenant Kathleen Hancock has demonstrated exceptional work ethic and unwavering attitude towards both firefighters and fellow citizens. Her dedication as a first responder is something that deserves our attention. She's a shining example that we should all follow. Again, congratulations on this well-deserved promotion for your excellence in the community, and is signed by our dear President, Senator President Finberg, on this day. You might be seated, members. I want to share a little history with you about this new lieutenant. She is the highest-ranking African-American female representing the region, which includes the Fire Metro District. So this is really significant. She's a part of a fire crew that has probably over 466 firefighters. Out of the 400 or so that are serving, we only have 3 black women who are firefighters. And it's hard to become something that you don't see. And so when they see Lieutenant Hancock, they see a shining example that it's possible for you to be a firefighter as well. She has some interesting roots. She started her career in firefighting in Tucson, Arizona. And there she was one of the first. Then she came to Aurora. She became one of the first. And then also, she has a history. Her father was a member of the the Negro League, the baseball Negro League. And I have a picture of her where her dad, it's really a picture of her dad, who played in the league with Charlie Pride. So Charlie Pride played in the Negro League along with her father. And so that was a long time ago, but I wanted to acknowledge your father and your mother, because I understand that that brought you to Colorado, and her roots are in Pueblo. So she is has spent some time in Pueblo. Now we're honored to have her here. If you know anything about the national statistics, 95% of firefighters are white men. And what we have here is a representation of some of the black firefighters that are representing the Aurora Rescue District. It takes a lot of physical stamina to be a firefighter. I don't think I could do it. You have to be able to carry all that equipment, and then you're rushing into danger, but then also you're doing rescue for medical assistance as well. It is a very noble profession, and so we're here to honor you. And I would like to also introduce her 2 colleagues that are here, the other 2 black women that she serves with. If you could still stand, we have Brooke Sims and then Danielle Allen. Members, let's give them a hand. three of the finest representing Aurora, and then also with them, they have two of the deputy chiefs. I would have them please stand to join in this celebration. We have Rob Weber and then Alan Robinette, if you could still stand. And then we have two battalion chiefs with us today, and that's Chief Stuff and then Chris Henderson, if you could please stand, and then Derek Devon, if you could still stand. Once again, Mr. President, thanks for this opportunity to recognize excellence in our community. Thank you. Oh, we do have my good colleague from El Paso County is going to be presenting the good lieutenant with a flag. So this flag was flown over the Colorado State Capitol in honor of you and all of your service, all you do and what you'll continue to do. So we'd like to present that to you at this time. Thank you, colleagues.
Congratulations and thank you, Lieutenant, and everyone else for being here with you. The Senate will stand in a brief recess to greet our guests. Actually, members, we have one more moment of personal privilege. Apologies, I was not aware. So we will do that, and then we will take a recess to greet all of our guests at the same time. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. President. I request a moment of personal privilege.
Granted.
Thank you. Members, I would like to introduce some folks that are from my neck of the woods. We talk a lot about local control. We've been talking about municipal government down here quite a bit over the last couple of weeks, whether it's to deal with Urban Renewal Authority or, you know, just taking away their land use powers. In the meantime, though, she said I'd throw that out.
Senator Kirkmeyer, I did shut off your mic, but I'll restore it now.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'll try and think of something more pithy to say. I would like to recognize the town of Firestone. A couple of trustees are here today, along with the town manager and some of the staff from the town of Firestone. So for those of you who don't know, Firestone is actually located in southwest Weld County. It was founded in 1908. It's a statutory town. It is one of the fastest growing communities in Colorado. The town's population increased from 2010 to 2020 by over 61% to a total of 16,381 residents. Firestone offers its residents the charm of a small town along with the relatively easy access to the Denver metro area, the Greeley-Fort Collins metro area, and to the majestic Rocky Mountains. Firestone has more than 35 parks and many miles of scenic trails, including the Firestone Legacy Trail, which is a project that I'm proud to say that I worked on as a county commissioner. And in 2001, we received, at that time, the largest GOCO grant of nearly $12 million for a legacy project for the Legacy Trail, which is also part of the Front Range Legacy Trail, state trail. Much of the Legacy Trail is along a former railroad right-of-way that serviced its historic coal industry. St. Vrain State Park is the only state park with a portion of its area within a municipality, as Firestone residents enjoy the park's many recreational opportunities. Firestone also is ranked as one of Colorado's safest communities, according to the FBI Crime Report statistics and population data. Today, I would like to recognize and commend the hard work and service of the town trustees, the city manager, and employees on this day. And with me here today, if I may, right? Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to introduce, and if you would please stand when I introduce you, Trustee Sean Doherty, Trustee Douglas Sharp, Town Manager A.J. Krieger, Assistant Town Manager Raylyn Ferreira, Staff Member Ivy Pitts, and Staff Member Katie Hansen. Members, please welcome them to our floor. Thank you.
The Senate will now stand in a brief recess to greet our guests. Senate will come back to order. Third reading of bills. Final passage. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 3?
Senate Bill 3, Senators Buckner and Gardner, Representatives Wiseman and Wilson, concerning Colorado Department of Education partnership with a nonprofit entity to create a program for adult education and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 3 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 3. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, with a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 3. No. Members, we're going to reverse for a moment. I didn't technically call the vote, so are there any other no votes on Senate Bill 3? Senator Zenzinger. With a vote of 32 ayes, 3 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 3 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Exum, Henriksen, Priola, Coleman, Winter, Cutter, Fields, Minority Leader Lundin. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 176?
Senate Bill 176, Senators Moreno and Cutter, Representatives DeGray Kennedy, concerning measures to improve outcomes for individuals with an eating disorder.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 176 on third reading and final passage and request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Sure is an amateur move, Mr. Majority Leader. Please explain the need for a third reading amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as you may know, Senate Bill 176 was significantly pared back in the Appropriations Committee in order to eliminate the fiscal impact of the bill. In the move to reduce the fiscal impact, we did lose one section that was unintentionally struck, which is just allowing the Commissioner of Insurance to to promulgate rules necessary to implement the bill. And so that is L010 that I will offer shortly with your permission.
The question before the body is Majority Leader Moreno's request for permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L010?
Amendment L010 by
Majority
Senator
Leader
Moreno.
Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Amendment L010.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, as I stated, it's just one sentence that the Commissioner may promulgate rules necessary to implement and enforce this section.
The motion is the adoption of L010 to Senate Bill 176. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle. With a vote, Rich. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, L010 is adopted. To the bill. Senator Cutter.
I'd like to move Senate Bill 176.
The motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 176. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 24 ayes, 11 no, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 176 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Mullica, Buckner, Winter, Priola, Marchman, Colker, Roberts, Hanson, Exum, Coleman. Please have the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 267?
Senate Bill 267, Senators Van Winkle and Cutter, Representatives Titone and Bradley, concerning a water quality fee to be paid for admission to Chatfield State Park and in connection therewith, requiring the Division of Parks and Wildlife to collect the fee and transfer the amount of the fee to the Chatfield Watershed Authority and making an appropriation.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of Senate Bill 276 on third reading and final passage.
That would be 267.
267, even better. It's a better bill.
That's a better bill,
Yeah.
better number. I feel good about
I'm
that.
not sure what 276 is, but now I'm curious if Senator Van Winkle is moving it. Is there any discussion? Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Mr. President. Sorry I didn't ask this question yesterday when we were having second readings on it, but there's so few people here during second readings to participate in this engaging conversation that we continually have, and so I wasn't sure that my question would be answered. But looking at this bill and hearing the two sponsors bringing this up, particularly the sponsor from Highlands Ranch there, it looks in here that there is a fee being imposed on the people who are going into Chatfield Park. I have heard in my last 5 years being down here that the fee is just another word for a tax. So I am trying to find out specifically if I am going to be voting to tax the fine, hardworking citizens of the state of Colorado who are going to be using Chatfield Park, or are we in fact just charging a fee? And I believe the term that I heard yesterday from the senator from Highlands Ranch was that it was minuscule. So, okay, so if there's a certain dollar amount that creates it to be just a fee as opposed to a tax, I would like some clarification on that. So thank you very much, Mr. President.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. That's actually a very good question. I think it's a topic that we actually should probably discuss more here in the body, because the fee is, this is a specific, it's an entrance fee, such as if you're going to a state park. Actually, that's exactly what this is. And it's a $1 fee that will last for 5 years when you enter the state park. It's basically to keep the park alive and keep the water clean. Something that will lead to matching grant programs from the federal government. But the difference is oftentimes we do a tax that is called a fee, and that is something that is applied generally to the public and then isn't for a specific service. So, like if you're an architect, you apply for an architecture license and you pay a fee to cover the cost of that so that you're not burdening the general public and general taxpayers with that. This is something very different when if you want to go to the park, you have the option to pay this $1 fee when going to the park, just as if you would a $1 fee for various things. Same thing goes for if you're getting a barber's license or all kinds of licenses, things like that. So a fee is a specific cost for a specific project, and it is something that you do, like I said, if it's a licensure or entry to a park, something of that nature, versus something of a tax, which is much more general and broad, which is placed on the general public and not for a general or for a specific purpose. So I'm glad that you asked about this. I know was lots of talk last week about union bosses and things like that. That, of course, has nothing to do with this, had nothing to do with that bill either. But this establishes a water quality user fee for visitors who recreate at the park to make sure that the water that they are playing in, the water that becomes drinking water, is safe and secure. So I ask for a yes vote on this Senate Bill 267, not Senate Bill 276. Thank you, Mr. President.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, this bill does in fact raise the question of, is this a permissible fee? And I regret that I did not know of this question on this bill last evening, as there are multiple Colorado Supreme Court cases and other things that construe this, and we could have benefited, even if for a full 20 minutes, on a review of what constitutes a fee versus a tax. It is not whether or not it is minuscule. The level and the amount is not what decides the question. After all, I recall having to pay and voting in the House many years ago on something that was called a fee, but we referred to as the faster tax, and it's anything but minuscule. In fact, if you didn't pay it on time, you paid a bunch more. So that's not the test, size of the fee. So what is the test? Well, the test is whether or not there's an object to, and I'm summarizing like pages and pages, and I regret doing that because people ought to consider these things and understand them. Is it voluntary? Is there a defined object? Those are the kinds of factors. So for the Chatfield Dam fee, not everybody goes there. Similarly, you know, all of you pay 27 cents every time you get a delivery to your house. Not everybody gets it, well, almost everybody gets a delivery to their house these days. You see how this can be blurred. You see how this can be blurred. I mean, there are even enterprises in Colorado for roads where you end up having to pay, and it doesn't really look so voluntary, but supposedly it is. Again, not everybody goes to Chatfield Reservoir, and if you do, then you incur the fee. But so many things in Colorado are termed fees, and they look an awful lot like taxes to me. Again, 27 cents on deliveries to my home looks an awful lot like sales tax or something like that, but the court would say, no, that's a fee. That's a fee. Why do we have this? It's artificial. I mean, the good senator says, you know, fee versus tax and so forth. The good senator from Aurora raises that question, and economists would say it's tax in economic terms. I mean, you're paying for something the government does and is a government responsibility. But why do we do that? Well, we do that because of the Taxpayer Bill of Rights, because every place else in the world would just probably call it a tax. Sometimes they'll call it a fee just to make it sound more palatable, but I don't think it's more palatable when I pay 27 cents. And I probably am okay with $1 going to Chatfield Reservoir, but because it's minuscule. Of course, 27 cents is minuscule, except when you pay it every time the Amazon man or the Grubhub man or woman comes to your doorstep. So philosophically, you have to ask yourself. Now, I've been here when there were citizens, legislators from, say, Douglas County that would vote against every fee and not carry a bill for a fee. They would vote against every fee. And they would vote against every fee and come to the well and say, it's a tax. It's a tax. And they had a point, but I guess the train moves on and time moves on. And even senators from maybe even El Paso County would carry a bill for a fee, but I would be very reluctant to do so. Whether you think this is a tax or a fee, if you want to stand on your principles, I understand you're doing so. I haven't decided myself. I was concerned about other bills this morning, and some of them got no votes, and very distressing to me. So I'm having a hard time deciding on this bill because it looks an awful lot like taxing people who use the public reservoir, but it only is imposed on those people who show up and go. So I thank the senator from Aurora for raising what is an important public policy question and deserves discussion each and every time we do one of these. Because when somebody says, oh, it's just a fee, it's just a cash fund, it might be the 27 cents times at least 100 that I pay at my doorstep throughout the year, because I must have that many deliveries of various sorts. And if I don't, my family members certainly do, because they shop online a lot. Same here. If people went to Chatfield Reservoir a lot, you know, it could add up. $1 here and $1 there, and pretty soon you're talking about a lot of money. So a good point that the senator from Aurora raises, and to think about as you vote on this bill.
I believe the good senator is from Centennial, not Aurora. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you again, Mr. President. I think it was a great question to ask. And always have to try and answer this question as elected officials, especially when we're on the Joint Budget Committee. So I had looked this up before just to kind of get quickly, be able to define this very quickly. So I'm going to read for you all from the Tax Foundation and what they say on tax versus a fee. Because when I've been down here for the last couple of years, it's been pretty hard for some people to tell the difference. Like, know when are you taxing someone and when are you providing a fee and when should you be voting for them? So here it goes. And this is by the Tax Foundation staff economist Josh Barrow. Politicians tend to regard fees as more palatable than taxes. An example of that would be Senate Bill 260 from last year, where we called everything a fee. And politicians tend to regard these fees as more palatable than taxes and more focused too. If a state needs to finance infrastructure to oversee fishing, why shouldn't fishermen foot the bill? Or a metro district. Thank you, good senator from Denver. But there are groups that worry that governments are now using fees to shore up budget shortfalls rather than cover specific costs incurred by specific users. Case in point would be Senate Bill 267, where we have specific costs are being covered or being incurred by specific users. A fee. When it comes to paying for bananas, you've got the market as a mechanism to make sure you're paying a fair price. But when it comes to getting your driver's license renewed, the government has a monopoly, and you have no idea what it costs the state or what it's doing with the money. That would be, just to put it in real terms for you, similar to the Secretary of State's office, who has cash funds, which are fees. And during some of our Joint Budget Committee meetings, given the answers to the questions that I had, I'm not sure what they're doing with their money. Many states and cities limit tax increases via legislation and our constitutional amendment. We did that here. In an effort to avoid these limitations, lawmakers like to play political semantics between a tax and a fee. So to be clear, any assessment that raises money in excess of what is needed to defray costs is a tax. A fee increase is appropriate if it is needed to keep up with the cost of the service provided for the fee, but is not diverted to provide general revenue. So I was in committee when Senate Bill 267 was brought up, heard from the Chatfield, Authority, can't remember their complete name, but the Chatfield Authority, who basically told us how the fee, what it was related to, and how it was going to be assessed to the users. So very specific. So in this case, this is actually a fee in 267. What we also had this year, just recently, as of yesterday, was Senate Bill 274, concerning water quality regulation in the state and connection therewith, transferring fee-setting authority to the Water Quality Control Commission. Now, there were a lot of people over here that were wondering why I voted for that bill. I voted for it because it was a fee. I voted for it because it was a fee. The Health Department came in front of the Joint Budget Committee. This section of the Health Department is supposed to be cash funded. Instead, they were asking for tax revenue, general fund revenue, to fund what is supposed to be a cash funded, paid for with fees, division, office in the Colorado Department of Public Health. And they were asking in this bill to set the following fees: drinking water fees assessed on public water systems, commerce and industry sector permitting fees, construction sector permitting fees, pesticide sector permitting fees, public and private utilities sector permitting fees, municipal separate stormwater sewer systems sector permit fees, preliminary effluent limitation determination fees, wastewater site application and design review fees, on-site wastewater treatment system fees, and biosolids management program fees. I'll bet y'all didn't read the bill and know all that was in there. But the Health Department came to the Joint Budget Committee and said, we need some general funds because we don't want to raise our fees to put into our cash funds to pay for these services specific to the users. Instead, the Health Department was saying, we want some general funds. All taxpayers should be paying for these services instead of the people who need these services paying a fee to cover the costs. So that would be the difference between a fee and a tax. So some very real examples here. So thank you for asking the question. Senate Bill 267, as heard in committee and heard here today on third reading, is a fee. And it is a very nominal fee. It's $1 for park users every time they come into the park, unless they buy a park pass, then it's only $3 for the entire year. And with that, they've gone through at the Park Authority, Chatfield Park Authority, identified what their needs are, their infrastructure-related needs, what they need to maintain their park at a level of service that their constituents, their park users want, and then appropriately adjusted the fees, but they had to come in and ask for permission. But they've done outreach, they've worked with their other partners in the counties, Jefferson County and Douglas County, and they're going to do further outreach for their park users so that they understand why the fee is increased and what specifically it will be used for. So thank you for asking the question. There you go. That's the difference between a tax and a fee.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 267 lay over to the end of the calendar.
The motion is to lay over Senate Bill 267 to the end of the calendar. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no? No. The ayes have it, and Senate Bill 267 will lay over. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 280?
Senate Bill 280, Senator Mullica and Representative Snyder, concerning the mitigation of certain transportation-related environmental hazards in connection therewith, creating the Fuels Impact Enterprise to administer programs and impose fees that are related to the transportation of fuel within the state, modifying the Clean Fleet Enterprise so that it administers programs and imposes fees that are designed to reduce emissions from diesel trucks, creating a tax credit for the conversion, lease, or purchase of clean commercial vehicles, modifying the fee collected for the distribution to the pro-flow alcohol and polyfluoroalkyl substances cash funds, modifying the petroleum storage tank fund, allowing the Colorado State Patrol to conform hazard materials routing regulations to Transportation Commission rules, phasing out the use of certain diesel trucks on state projects, and making an appropriation.
Senator Mullica.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 280 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion. Discussion? Seeing no further discussion, the motion before the body is Senate Bill 280. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 280 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Rodriguez. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 283?
Senate Bill 283, Senators Zenzinger and Bridges, Representatives Burton Srota, concerning mechanisms to utilize federal funding under federal infrastructure-related acts and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 283 on third reading and request permission to offer a third reading amendment.
Would you please explain the need for a third reading amendment?
Gladly. So yesterday we made an amendment to change the reporting requirements from annual to quarterly. When that happened, there was some language that was carried forward from the old reporting requirements that now do not apply since we're changing it from annual to quarterly. So we need to make that adjustment.
The motion before the body is permission to offer a third reading amendment. All those in favor say aye.
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 Just two of you. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it, and permission is granted. There is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read L7?
Amendment L007 by Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move L7.
To the amendment.
When we carried over the language from the annual reporting to the quarterly reporting, some of that language needed to be struck, and that's what this amendment does.
The motion before the body is the adoption of L7 to Senate Bill 283. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, L7 is adopted. To the bill. The motion before the body is the adoption of Senate Bill 283. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 283 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Roberts, Priola, Winter, Cutter, Hansen, Hendrickson, Mullica, please add the president. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 285?
Senate Bill 285, Senators Priola and Hansen, Representatives McCormick and concerning energy and carbon management regulation in Colorado and in connection therewith changing the name of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission and broadening the Commission's regulatory authority to include the regulation of certain geothermal resource operations and interstate underground natural gas storage facilities and making an appropriation.
Senator Priola.
Mr. President, I move Senate Bill 285 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. Well, members, this time of year we do second readings so quickly, and so many bills are going through. I read the other day, yesterday, there are 325 bills yet to go through in the next 13, 14 days. And so it's important, particularly on third reading, that we slow down, take a deep breath, and see what happens in these bills. So 285, I don't think I actually have the latest version. We're getting ahead of staff. I have the introduced version, and I have to compare it here to the committee report that was adopted, but it doesn't change the piece of the bill I'm going to talk about. People need to understand at the very end of this bill, there's a provision. It's an existing law, but it's changed by this bill. Back in probably 2014, 15, the General Assembly passed a bill requiring the Real Estate Commission to put a disclaimer in each and every contract of sale for residential property that's subject to the Oil and Gas Commission, Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, to be made by this bill, the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. I guess they'll still regulate oil and gas because that's energy. And now they'll regulate what they've always been regulating, is the carbon associated with that. That disclosure gets changed. Now, we need to understand this disclosure because it's in the bill. This disclosure in all big, bold writing, you need to look in your bill, says the surface estate of the property may be owned separately from the underlying mineral estate. That's something a lot of people don't know. When you buy a piece of property, originally whoever owned that property, probably the sovereign, had all of the rights in that property from to the center of the earth all the way into the sky. And then there's a whole discussion about at what point does it stop in the sky so people can fly airplanes through your property at 30,000 feet. That's generally the FAA jurisdiction limit, which is about, I think, about 400 feet. And it goes on, and transfer of the surface estate may not include transfer of the mineral estate. In other words, you may not get the mineral rights to your property. You may not, the person selling them may not own them, or they may retain them. This is something that a good real estate lawyer or even a simple country lawyer could tell you. And I wonder what people know or understand when they get this disclaimer. Third parties may own or lease interest in oil, gas, or other minerals under the surface, and they may enter and use the surface estate to access the mineral estate. That's important to know, that if you own the surface, but someone else owns the subsurface, the mineral rights, what they have is a right, and the term escapes me, but they basically, well, they have an easement to come across your property. It reminds me of many years ago, I was stationed in Columbus, Mississippi, and I owned a home there, and the oil and gas people, this will amuse those of you to my right and your left, that they came and they wanted to force pool me, or they wanted to have me sign a permission to be pooled, and I said, only if you will, because I owned a residential property, only if you will agree that you have no right to cross my surface property with a pipeline or anything else. And they refused to make that part of the paper I was going to sign for $125, which I said I wasn't going to sign for $125 because I own my property, and didn't have to sign it over to them. And they said, well, they would force pool me. And I said, yeah, you will, but then you won't have a right to go over my property. So eventually they gave up with me because I knew this law here and this disclaimer. And so it is important to have this disclaimer. The use of the surface, this is important for people to know, the use of the surface estate to access the minerals may be governed by a surface use agreement, a memorandum or other notice of which may be recorded with the county clerk and recorder. So, you know, a prior owner may have entered into an agreement about this. The oil and gas activity that may occur on or adjacent to this property may include, but is not limited to, surveying. Well, that's not terribly problematic, although it can be disturbing to your spouse if he or she wakes up in the morning while you're at work and they see people wandering around on your property with instruments. You may get a phone call at work, as I did, about what are these people doing out here. They're surveying the property. Drilling, well, that's a little more. If they're drilling your backyard, that might not be something you want. So you need to know that that might happen. Although the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission has rules about that, so that that probably couldn't happen in your backyard in Colorado. And I assume that the new Energy and Carbon Management Commission will just wholesale take on the rules of the Oil and Gas Conservation Commission. Or more likely, they're just, in this bill, changing their name and adding a bunch more powers. I keep reading, that's kind of what I did on this piece of the bill, going, well, what got changed, what got changed? Well, it turns out what got changed in this disclosure was pretty momentous. You get to page 46, and it says, it goes from 45 to 46, says, the buyer is encouraged to seek additional information regarding oil and gas activity on or adjacent to the property, including drilling permit applications. This information may be available from the, and it currently reads Colorado Oil and Gas Conservation Commission, but that's going to be changed to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission. You say, well, Bob, what's the big deal then? Well, maybe for the disclosure, not very much, but for other things, a lot. You know, the bill gives this new, well, it's not new, but newly named, renamed, Energy and Carbon Management Commission jurisdiction over geothermal wells. Seems that under current law, much of Colorado's geothermal development is shallow geothermal wells, not thousands of feet. That's regulated by the Division of Water Resources because that mostly affects groundwater, I suppose, and that's in DNR. This bill gives, and this is good because they already do have this authority, gives the Division of Water Resources exclusive authority to regulate shallow geothermal operation. And the commission now is going to get exclusive authority to regulate deep geothermal wells. Okay. Clarifies jurisdiction and property rights. And there's going to be a whole bunch of interagency agreements. What causes more concern here is that the commission has exclusive authority to regulate any intrastate, that means within the state of Colorado, facility that stores natural gas in an underground facility that is not a pipeline facility subject to regulation by the Public Utilities Commission. So if you have a pipeline, that's PUC matter.
Senator Gardner, would you like to go in your next 10 minutes?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate that. This is a complicated bill. Rules adopted by the commission have to be at least as stringent as the federal requirements for these things. Well, what's going on? What's going on is that these intrastate facilities are not subject to federal regulation. They're not subject to federal regulation because they're not, at least in the estimation of those who do this regulation, they're not in the stream of interstate commerce. The Interstate Commerce Clause is what gives the federal government the authority to regulate interstate trucking, interstate pipelines, and so forth. It is interesting to note, and I think this is a continuing theme here in the first session of the 74th General Assembly, local control. This bill says local governments are going to be authorized to exercise siting authority concurrently with the commission. Now, we have some bills this year where the state seeks to take away the authority of local governments to deal with land use, and that seems to be the policy. But in this case, we're going to allow local jurisdictions to have concurrent authority with the commission in siting. I wonder what happens when you have a dispute between local and state government. I'm guessing that the more stringent will apply. And the commission's going to do 4 studies and prepare reports summarizing the findings of the studies and submit the reports to the General Assembly. So you're going to get in your email, look for these over the coming months or years, a technical study of the state's geothermal resources. So you're not going to get something on desalination in your box, but you will get something on state's geothermal resources. A study in collaboration with the state engineer that evaluates the state's regulatory structure for geothermal resources and whether any changes to the law or rules are necessary. That's going to be another study that you as a member of the General Assembly are going to get. A study concerning the regulation and permitting of hydrogen being an energy resource that is more and more being explored, so that ought to be of interest to each of us. And a study in coordination with the PUC examining the siting and regulation of interstate pipelines. Okay, well, we're going to get 4 studies, and I know each and every one of you are going to read them in detail. You know, what always gives me pause when I look at a fiscal note or a bill summary is when it says property rights. And what's noted here is that current law states that the property right to geothermal resources that lack sufficient fluid to transport commercial amounts of energy to the surface is an incident of ownership of the overlying surface unless expressly severed. What does that mean? Well, that means that if you're a surface owner and you have some sort of geothermal resources, but there is lacking sufficient fluid, that probably mostly means water, to transport commercial amounts of energy to the surface. So you could have a geothermal, some sort of geothermal production of energy for your home. There exist such things, but it doesn't produce commercial quantities. Well, you'll be able to continue to own that. That'll be yours. But for property rights acquired on or after July 1st, 2023, this is important because the state is now declaring that when this property is transferred to someone, if on July 2nd you buy a large piece of ground, the property right to a geothermal resource associated with non-tributary groundwater is also an incident of ownership of the overlying surface unless expressly severed. That's actually pretty good for you because if you really have something that is commercially viable, you'll own it. Of course, you might have to give the state, if another bill passes, you might have to give the state or your local community the right of first refusal to buy that. I don't know if we've dealt with that in that bill. I'll have to see. There's going to be a shallow geothermal permit fee, not a tax, a fee, and a deep geothermal permit fee. That's paid to the commission. The other one's paid to the Division of Water Resources. And now, if you're a person who owns one of those things and you're trying to make use of it, it's pretty interesting because you own your property, you want to make use of it. Making use of it would be to have a shallow geothermal energy producing facility heating your home. That's usually the way that works. You're going to have to pay the Division of Water Resources a permit fee to use your property. But that's only a fee because you have to get a permit from the state. Sleight of hand, because it looks an awful lot like the government coming and saying, you want to use a piece of the property that you own, you have to get our permission to do it, and we're going to charge you to do that. But that's a fee, not a tax, using your property. And an intrastate underground natural gas storage regulatory and permitting fee. Well, that probably looks a little more like a fee because you're creating a whole natural gas storage facility. There's a lot in this bill to digest. It is not something that has been, in my view, Senate Bill 285. Wonder if there's a 300 yet. I'll have to look in my file. It has been introduced recently. It makes major changes while just accomplishing a name change. For that reason and that reason alone, it's enough to urge a no vote. Thank you, Mr. President.
Minority Leader Lundy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Good morning. I rise in opposition to Senate Bill 285 concerning energy and carbon management. Start with just a fundamental disagreement in the best way forward for us as a society. There's always this mix of the marketplace, innovation, creative ideas, the animal spirits, that enliven all the things that have made this country so incredibly affluent and comfortable. They haven't come from government. Government, of course, is part of the balance. There is an element of necessary regulation that we try to find in balance. Some of us believe that the hand of regulation should be dramatically lighter than others do. This bill is a great example of, I believe, a reversal of the roles of priority, an understanding that, or a conclusion that, or a desire that, or the chasing after a chimera of government actually producing something. In fact, concerning carbon sequestration, energy management, government's not going to produce a darn thing. There are private enterprises, big, what typically individuals on this side of the aisle would logically call oil companies, and say it with a certain bitterness and disdain in their mouth, that are really forward-looking energy companies. One of those big oil companies is leading not just Colorado and not just the United States of America, but the world in carbon sequestration. Their engineers, their innovation, their ideas are taking carbon out of various streams that we find it in our real world, in some cases right out of the air, and putting it back into the ground. So why, Lundeen, do you oppose a bill that just wants to change the name of the Oil and Gas Commission to the Energy and Carbon Management Commission? Why? Because, I'll tell you why. The 8 additional FTEs created in this bill as that commission is expanded, I believe, are going to do nothing but get in the way of figuring out all of these riddles, all of these desperate attempts we have to protect this beautiful blue-green orb that we all live on together. They will chase after the engineers that are actually doing something and say, hey, slow down. I've got a thought too. I maybe couldn't actually play the role you're playing, actually innovate, but I can certainly bring what limited expertise I have to demand that you do things the way I see it on behalf of, ostensibly, the Commission and the people of Colorado. Is there a necessary interplay between free market and regulation in times? Of course there is. But when the regulatory apparatus grows faster than the real economy and real marketplace is allowed to grow, we find ourselves in crisis. The permanent staff created under this bill, hearings staff, hearings, of course. What does government produce? Hearings, regulation, rules, debates and discussions about what can and can't be done, what should and shouldn't be done. So, of course, government wants to create more government. How do you do that with hearings? So you need permanent staff to create hearings. The Commission requires 1 FTE hearing officer to assist with stakeholder engagement, internal coordination for rulemaking, and overseeing the rulemaking hearings. On an ongoing basis, the officer will support hearings to update rules for emerging energy technology. Wow. Thud. To update rules for emerging energy technology. Can you just hear the skidding, dragging, slowing of government on innovation in that phrase? And, of course, the related permit process. Oh my gosh, you've got that really cool carbon sequestration thing you're doing? We want to now, since you've innovated it, you've created it, you're taking carbon out of the atmosphere, you're making our globe more livable. We're the government. We want to control how you do that. And we want to issue permits to do what you're doing. Enforcement and compliance, of course, you've got to have the ability to bring the heavy-handed government down. And dispute resolution. Well, hopefully things get resolved before it ends up in the courts. The bill also allows for the creation of additional engineering staff. The Commission requires 3 FTE engineers, including 1 full-time equivalent supervisor to oversee the development. Boy, that's always the best part of any bureaucracy. You gather 6 or 8 people together, and you need to put somebody over them to make sure that nobody actually gets anything done, because in bureaucracy, you never get rewarded for success, you only get punished for failure. That's how we stifle innovation. So we put a supervisor over the engineers as the engineers try and actually control the engineers in private industry that are creating the things that are marvelous, pulling carbon out of the atmosphere. So you've got to have that oversight of the development and integration of geothermal and underground gas storage progress within the agency, and then an additional 2 full-time equivalent technical leads in each area. More layers of bureaucracy. Environmental staff, the Commission requires an additional only 1/2 of a person. Never have been able to figure out how you get 1/2 of a person to do a job. Or they work half the time, so they're paid full-time, work half-time? I hope not. An environmental specialist to develop environmental rules related to geothermal and gas storage projects and to support the studies. On an ongoing basis, the role will provide environmental oversight on projects. Well, I hope the half-time they get there in time, so as they're overseeing things, they don't further slow things down as we're actually moving forward with real innovation and real ideas at the research and development level of the companies that actually do this work. Planning and permitting staff. The Commission requires an additional half-time FTE senior permitter. Again, there you go, somebody writing permits to do that which is already happening. To support the stakeholder and rulemaking process, again, we're right back there to creating more ponderous pages. Nope, can't start that project until you work through our 500-page document that tells you how to do that which you know how to do and we don't quite understand yet, but we're from the government. We're here to help you. It's assumed the Commission will receive between 3 and 5 permits for deep geothermal projects in the first program year of 24-25. Think about that statement for a while. This doesn't exist. This additional bureaucracy we're creating doesn't exist, but we're creating it to race to catch up with what's already going to happen, what's already happening. 3 to 5 permits for deep geothermal projects. I can just hear the conversations now. Mr. Engineer, why do you want to do it that way? We think you ought to do it this way. Well, we want to do it that way because in another state or another country, we did it that way, and this is the best way. We found that to be. But I'm the regulator. I'm here to tell you how you must do that. And of course, you have to have data analysts. We don't do anything without analyzing the data because you need to feed that data back into the reports. And the reports then control the rules, and the rules then control, and I argue, this is that fundamental disagreement of path of progress, I argue slow the innovation, slow the ability to get at the solutions we need to get at. I mean, at the heart of this bill is a concern we all share that the climate is changing, that there are challenges we must address, and yet a bill like this, I believe, expands the hand of government on the innovators who give us the best hope of doing the things that will look forward, develop new technologies, find new innovations that give us a hope of, in a timely fashion, saving the planet, to use the broadest language that is frequently used with regard to this. It seems like we have a lot of talking points on ideology and a lot of what I would describe as worshiping at the altar of, instead of practical, precise, empirical evidence and engineering. So this bill grows government. I would argue it grows government as we do broadly every year. I tend to be a no vote on the budget because every year We're growing state government. We're growing government faster than the real economy grows. And I think that over time puts us into a death spiral. Instead of a virtuous cycle where you're getting more innovation and more productivity, we choose to make government greater and innovation and the free markets less in relationship to each other. And instead of a virtuous cycle that leads up, we get into a death spiral over time that leads down.
Senator Lundin, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Thank you. I'm almost done, but yes, please. And this bill, as well-intentioned as it is, as they all are, is part of that very process that I argue, at least in the margins, if not fundamentally, and this is one where I would love at some point to have a head-to-head debate in a different environment with those who would disagree with my broad perspectives. We'd have to prepare for the debate so that there's adequate empirical information provided from each side. But bills of this nature, at least in the margins, if not in their fundamental basis, create a drag on innovation. And I would argue, when taken in aggregate, because they're created by policymakers like us, not engineers who work in the field and innovate and create the next ideas, and who say, well, that didn't quite work, but what if we tried this? We, policymakers, tend to get in their way and therefore create a drag on innovation. And that drag on innovation contradicts our need to protect this beautiful small blue-green orb we all live on together. And so I argue against Senate Bill 285 and urge your rejection of this concept. Thank you, Mr. President.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Senate Bill 285. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Will, Baisley, Rich, Gardner, Minority Leader Lundin, Smallwood, Kirkmeyer, Liston, Pelton B. With a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 285 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Gonzalez, will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 290?
Senate Bill 290, Senator Fenberg, Representative Amabile, concerning natural medicine and in connection therewith, making an appropriation.
Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 290 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had a good discussion, a lively discussion on natural medicine legalization and regulation yesterday. Nevertheless, it's a 87-page bill. I'm astounded that someone hasn't asked that it be read at length on second reading or third. But when things are read quickly at 200 words a minute, you miss some of the details. I think that our founders, framers of our Constitution that provided for reading at length on second and third reading were very well intentioned, but it would be even better in my mind that they say the bill should be explained in detail by the sponsor on second and third reading. So this bill is occasioned and required by the passage of Proposition 122, And a lot of the discussion yesterday was about how this bill implemented 122 and what the concerns were about that. So when you look at the bill, it does a lot of things that the proposition did not do. I mean, it provides a set of definitions and a regulatory framework. You know, the bill talked about natural medicine without, or the proposition did, and the bill picks up that title. I recall that when Ledge Council met about this, there was dispute about whether psilocybin is a natural medicine, but you know, you've heard me say you can call an apple an orange and an orange an apple and a horse a cow. We're going to call natural medicine psilocybin or psilocin. Those are the substances in mushrooms that have the hallucinogenic effects. And then there's a whole set of things on page 7 and 8 that I'm not going to try to pronounce for you, although mescaline is something that is included if it's recommended by the board. Now, the board, you got to go back to the definitions. Who's the board? The board is the State Natural Medicine Advisory Board created in Section 12-170-106. Well, 12-170-106 is over on page, got to go here, 18. So there's going to be a Natural Medicine Advisory Board that has 15 members. That'll be very efficient. To advise the division being the Division of Professions and Occupations, created pursuant to Section 12-2103. That's a DORA thing. To advise the division and the state licensing authority. The state licensing authority is going to be look at that definition. It's the authority created for the purpose of regulating and controlling the licensing of the cultivation, manufacturing, testing, storing, distribution, transportation, transfer, and dispensation of regulated natural medicine and regulated natural medicine product in this state pursuant to Section 4450-201. You know, it gets pretty complicated because you go here to 4450. 4450 is kind of created out of whole cloth in this bill. I'm talking about the board, and the next thing you know, I'm talking about the state licensing authority. The governor's going to appoint initial board members on or before January 31, 2023. So with the consent of the Senate, so members, that'll be probably the Health Committee. That'll be one more set of confirmations that'll come to us. 7 members with significant expertise and experience in one or more of the following areas. Natural medicine therapy, well, that'll be an advocate for natural medicine therapy, medicine, and research. That will be an advocate for mushrooms. Mycology and natural medicine cultivation, well, we'll be an advocate for mushrooms. Licensee qualifications, that might or might not be somebody there. Emergency medical services and services provided by first responders. That may be somebody who's actually seen the deleterious effects of these substances. Mental and behavioral health care. Well, that could well be someone who understands the dangers. Healthcare insurance and healthcare policy. So there'll be someone from healthcare insurance industry or healthcare policy. And the next thing you know, we'll be dealing with whether or not these substances ought to be covered by your health insurance. There'll be a bill sooner or later to mandate that when this is prescribed by a natural health provider, that it ought to be paid for by your policy and mine. And public health, drug policy, and harm reduction. And 8 members, so that'll be a majority, with significant expertise and experience in one or more of the following areas: religious use of natural medicines, issues confronting veterans, traditional indigenous use of natural medicines, levels and disparities in access to healthcare services among different communities, and past criminal justice reform efforts in Colorado. At least one of the 8 members must have expertise or experience in traditional indigenous use of natural medicine. Then the board includes the executive director of the Department of Revenue, or if he's too busy, the executive director's designee, I'm thinking that's what's going to happen, serving as a non-voting member. We want to make sure that we stagger this board. 7 of the members are appointed to a term of 2 years, and 8 members appointed to a term of 4 years, as designated in the governor's appointment. And it goes on and on. But we probably need to talk about the state licensing authority, because the board is going to make recommendations to the director and the state licensing authority related to, but not limited to, accurate public health approaches, research related to the efficacy and regulation of natural medicine, proper content of training programs, tiered facilitator licensing, and on it goes. So, who's the state licensing authority? For the purpose of regulating and licensing the cultivation, manufacturing, testing, storage, distribution, transport, transfer, and dispensation of natural medicine or natural medicine product by and between, not just by, but by and between natural medicine licensees in the state. There's created this state licensing authority, which is the executive director or the director of the natural medicine division if designated by the executive director.
Senator Gardner, would you like to go into your next 10 minutes?
Yes, please, Mr. Chair. Time flies.
Please.
The executive director is the chief administrator officer of the state licensing authority. And this authority has some powers and duties. I'll spare you the rest of the paragraphs because they become somewhat tedious. Reading this, it turns out that reading this either in your bed or in your easy chair in the evening has resulted in people nodding off. The state licensing authority shall, beginning on or before December 31, 2024. So the way that works is they can begin pretty quickly once they're begun, but they have to begin by the end of 2024 so that on the 1st of January 2025, they are up and operating. Grant or refuse state licenses for the cultivation, manufacturing, testing, storage, distribution, transport, transfer, and dispensation of regulated natural medicine or regulated natural medicine product. Suspend, fine, restrict, or revoke such licenses, whether active, expired, or surrendered, upon a violation of this Article 50 or a rule promulgated pursuant to this Article 50, and impose any penalty authorized by this Article 50 or rule promulgated pursuant to this Article 50. The state licensing authority may take any action with respect to a registration or permit pursuant to this Article 50, as it may with respect to a license issued pursuant to this Article 50, in accordance with the procedures established pursuant to this Article 50. So it's all about Article 50, which this bill is creating, adopting. As a member of the Committee on Legal Services that reviews each and every new rule promulgated in Colorado, I can see that we're going to have some rule review cases out of this just because of the sweeping authority. Maybe not, but I think it's somewhat likely. It says promulgate rules for the proper regulation and control of the cultivation manufacture. Who decides what's proper? I guess the authority decides what's proper. Conduct investigations and hearings, gather evidence, and pursue disciplinary actions with respect to licenses when the state licensing authority has reasonable cause to believe that a person or entity is violating what? This Article 50, or a rule promulgated pursuant to this Article 50. This is an interesting thing. Not only can they conduct investigations, they can petition the district court for an investigative subpoena applicable to a person who's not licensed pursuant to this Article 50 to obtain documents or information necessary to enforce a provision of this article or a rule promulgated after reasonable efforts have been made to obtain requested document. Now, I don't know what reasonable efforts are. I mean, I can argue once the licensing authority does it that they're not reasonable, and they would have to demonstrate that they are, but we don't really have any parameters other than you have to be reasonable. You know, I, for my own part, am always reasonable, and sometimes you are not reasonable. And many times people tell me that I'm being unreasonable, and I don't think so. So when we legislate something to be reasonable, we open the door for lots of discussion. They're going to do things like develop forms and licenses and ID cards and applications. They just have all sorts of powers. What about the rules? The rules must include the following subjects. So I think when the Office of Legislative Legal Services does a rule review, they're going to look at that and say, okay, well, we got to see whether the rules include things, because if not, then they're not appropriate. Procedures and requirements consistent with this Article 50 for the issuance, denial, review, reinstatement. Oversight requirements for licensees. As I read all of this, I realize that those attorneys who are involved in the cannabis regulation business probably will be expanding their practices to deal with the natural medicine regulation business. And there will be a whole set of other practitioners who deal only with natural medicine. So there will be simple 17th Street lawyers making scads of fees off of just simply reading Article 50, which is a challenge in itself. there's going to be a natural medicine independent testing and certification program for licenses within an implementation timeframe established by the division, requiring licenses to test regulated natural medicine and regulated natural medicine product to ensure. So we're going to license the product and we're going to license the lab. And talk about a cottage industry. Now, this is all necessary. I don't point all these things out to necessarily be critical of them. It is incumbent upon us to create a regulatory structure once the people of Colorado legalized what they refer to as natural medicine. But it does demonstrate that when you do this sort of thing, the bill and the law runs to 87 pages pretty quickly with all the things. There's not only required rulemaking, I think is the term here, mandatory rulemaking, mandatory. Then there's permissive rulemaking. This will be interesting because the Office of Legislative Legal Services will look at this and say, okay, these are things that the licensing authority can promulgate rules about. They don't have to. And here's a, I think, really troubling phrase for rulemaking. It says, rules promulgated pursuant to Section 445202(1)B may include, but need not be limited to. Now, does that mean that this bill, this statute is going to give the licensing authority just authority, blanket authority to regulate about natural medicine? I don't know. Let me look here. Pursuant to 445202(1)B. Promulgate rules for the proper regulation and control of the cultivation, manufacturing, testing, storage, distribution, transfer, dispensation of regulated natural medicine.
Senator Gardner, I hate to inform you your time has expired.
Thank you, Mr. President. I regret that very much. Time flies when you're trying to discuss a bill for the people of Colorado and intelligent vote on it, but I thank you very much for your courtesy.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to thank the President for the hard work of bringing this bill. I think what's getting lost here, and often gets lost in committee, which the committee does its job, which is a committee gets down into the weeds, it gets down into the nuts and bolts, gets down into the commas, the periods, the sentences, the semicolons, and the cross-references, things like that. The committee got very in-depth into this bill, into the natural medicines that are being essentially regulated by this bill. But I think what is being forgotten by this body and what largely got lost in committee is the overall picture here, which is Prop 122. The voters of Colorado enacted the legalization of these products through Prop 122 in November of last year. And what that did is it completely decriminalized the personal possession, the growing, the sharing, and the use of these quote-unquote natural medicines. So right now in the state of Colorado, 5 of these natural medicines have been fully decriminalized for persons 21 years or older for personal use, which is defined as, and this is again fully legal today in Colorado, possessing, storing, using, processing, transporting, purchasing, obtaining, and ingesting natural medicine for purchasing for personal use, or giving away natural medicine for personal use. Now that is all completely legal in Colorado today. So on the very big picture scale of what's happening here is the bill by the president here, Senate Bill 290, is trying to put some guardrails on that. So it's just not the complete Wild West of the first state to have natural medicine legalized with no rules whatsoever. It's a little bit like if we got rid of all regulations dealing with marijuana, it really wouldn't, that would be a bit crazy because marijuana would still be legal in Colorado. There just would be absolutely no regulations. So what we have here is a legalized product that is considered natural medicine, totally legal in the state of Colorado. And what this bill does is it tries to regulate it and keep it somewhat confined to certain rules and ideas and principles. Now it grants appropriate rulemaking authority to the Department of Revenue. That makes sense because Department of Revenue does have some experience dealing with something similar, which is through the Marijuana Enforcement Division. It's very different, and I hate comparing marijuana to these natural medicines, but of course, Department of Revenue is a logical place for that because they will oversee the licensing of the healing centers, which also involves the cultivation, transport, and things like that. To compare it to marijuana in somewhat, Department of Revenue, Marijuana Enforcement Division oversees the transportation of marijuana throughout the state of Colorado. It oversees the selling of it, the selling of the products, making sure that there's high compliance in terms of checking IDs, things of that nature, and making sure everything is labeled properly, all of that stuff. So Department of Revenue has great oversight over that. Then Department of Regulatory Affairs, what they're going to be doing is licensing the facilitators, and that makes a lot of sense too, because that's, of course, Department of Regulatory Affairs. They oversee everything from, I mentioned the licensing of architects earlier today. Bring that back up here. It'll be the licensing of facilitators, and it'll be a legal profession in the state of Colorado. Again, I just want to take the body back kind of to the bigger picture, which is these things were legalized by the voters in November of last year. And what this bill is trying to do is put some guardrails around that so it's not just a complete Wild West with no rules, no regulations, and no oversight whatsoever. So I thank the President for bringing the bill, and I'll be a yes vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 290. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Smallwood, with a vote of 25 ayes, 10 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 290 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senators Priola, Marchman, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Bridges. Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 294?
Senate Bill 294, Senators Zenzinger and Kirkmeyer, Representatives Byrd and Bockenfield, concerning increases in the amount of transfers from the general fund to the capital construction fund to be made on July 1st, 2023.
Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 294 on third reading and ask for an aye vote.
Is there any discussion? Seeing none, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 294. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Senate Bill 294 is passed. Co-sponsors. Senators Priola, Pelton B, Simpson, Will, Will the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 14?
Senate Bill 14, Senator Moreno, Representative Lindsay, concerning establishing the disordered eating prevention program in the Department of Public Health and Environment and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 14 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Smallwood.
Thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Senate Bill 14 is not nearly the worst bill we've heard this year. I've got a couple concerns that I want to share with everyone as we hopefully watch Senate Bill 14 make it to the House where additional changes can be made. So with Senate Bill 14, first of all, what I would encourage you to take a look at is the fiscal note. So you know that this isn't just making a statement. This is a bill that is actually requiring the government to do something. This bill is actually requiring the government to go and create another office within CDPHE. And with that, we're going to spend next year $376,000 and add 1.8 FTE. Okay? So it's not an insignificant sum of money. It's not enormous. Not an insignificant sum, and not so few employees that we can't wonder if they could be better deployed someplace else. So within Senate Bill 14, what you will notice if you get to the legislative declaration, there are some statements in here that I think everyone should be aware of what we are voting on, which is the General Assembly finds and declares that eating disorders are increasingly recognized as a leading cause of morbidity and mortality, which probably is not entirely untrue, but it's certainly vague and ambiguous, meaning who is recognizing this as a leading cause of morbidity and mortality? What is the definition of a leading cause? Because it's not in the top 20, it's probably not in the top 50, but just because it is let's say it's number 65, I don't know if that's accurate or not, or 72, I think one could argue that if you're number 62 on a list, maybe it is a leading cause. And again, it doesn't say who's recognizing it as such. If you were in that space, if you're a mental health professional, and that's the patients that you usually see, is folks struggling with mental disorders, then I think you could comfortably make the argument that to a mental health professional, eating disorder would definitely be recognized as a leading cause of, if not morbidity, certainly mortality. B, it says, in 2015, Colorado had the 5th highest rate of eating disorders in the country among youth. I believe that's accurate, and that's disturbing. C, eating disorders are a mental illness, yes, and that have the highest mortality rate of any psychiatric illness. I would agree with that as well. I would say both of those are true. But you'll notice the wording in here, eating disorders are a mental illness, and I think as soon as you read that, have to ask yourself, if eating disorders are a mental illness, as the legislative declaration proclaims, then might we not want to make sure that this office, if created, is actually linked and is able to experience sort of the synergies that we had discussed during the creation of the Behavioral Health Administration. D is also important for us to know because it says people of color, LGBT individuals, and youth are more likely to suffer from disordered eating, but less likely to receive eating disorder treatment. Would love for, if there are any colleagues in the room who are part of the LGBTQ caucus, to make sure that that's the wording that we want in this bill, because again, it doesn't really seem all that inclusive to me. So the folks in the House, I think, would have another chance to take a look at that wording to see if that is 2023 vernacular that we're comfortable with. There's limited state-specific research on disordered eating. I completely agree with that. And so here's the thing, colleagues. So if we're going to state that eating disorders are increasingly recognized as a leading cause of morbidity and mortality, and worthy, in the most macabre sense, of having an office created to address it, I worry that the message that we might be sending is that the actual leading causes of mortality and morbidity, the actual top 10 or top 20, are not being prioritized logically. So someone in the news had interviewed me when this bill was first introduced and asked if I supported it, and I'm sure all of you read it and studied my response, which was not necessarily opposed to creating an office of eating disorder prevention, as long as we're prioritizing it properly. So if we look at young people, let's take the ages of 10 to 14 to start with, and we look at the CDC website to find out what the actual leading cause of death of preteens and early teens is. Unintentional injury is number one. Unintentional injury. Number two, suicide. Number three, malignant neoplasms, cancer, malignant tumors. Number four, homicide. Number five, congenital abnormalities. Number six, heart disease. Number seven, chronic low respiratory disease. Number 8, diabetes. Number 9, influenza and pneumonia. Number 10, cardiovascular diseases. So if we were to take a look at the offices that currently exist within CDPHE to see which of these top conditions we already have offices established for, we have the Office of Health Equity, which I'll talk about, the Office of Communications, Toxicology and Environmental Epidemiology, Office of STI HIV, Office of Public Health Practice Planning, Office of Gun Violence Prevention. So knowing that suicide and homicides are both in the top 3 of causes of death for children aged 10 to 14, as well as, if we take the next age bracket, 15 to 24, you can start to see where some of this makes sense. The Office of Gun Violence Prevention, if it was doing its job, is perfectly logical, in my opinion, to be placed as an office within CDPHE looking at the data. But what we don't have, and what, again, going back to what the interviewer asked, how do I feel about creating this office? We don't have an office of unintentional injuries prevention. That is the colleagues, that's the #1 leading cause of death for kids in the 1 to 4 age bracket, the 5 to 9 age bracket, the 10 to 14 age bracket, the 15 to 24 age bracket, the 25 to 34 age bracket, and the 35 to 44 age bracket. We do not have an Office of Cancer Prevention, even though malignant neoplasms, cancer, are the leading cause of death certainly in people my age, the 45 to 64 age bracket, the #1 cause of death. But we don't have an Office of Cancer Prevention. We don't have an Office of Heart Disease Prevention. And if you follow eating disorders closely, you probably know what I'm going to say next, which is if you have an eating disorder, there's a reasonable cause that if
there is a fatality due to eating disorders. There's a reasonable chance that heart disease played a role in it. But to say that the heart disease statistics as it relates to the leading cause of death in young people is directly related to eating disorders, I think is a bit hyperbolic. Because if you follow heart disease, you'll see a very smooth ramp as far as the escalation of heart diseases being a leading cause of death from kids to preteens to teens to young adults to older Americans.
Senator Smallwood, would you like to go into your second 10 minutes?
Could I?
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Who said that? So, colleagues, I do think there's a prioritization issue with Senate Bill 14. And that is one of two reasons why I'm going to be a no vote, and I'd actually encourage you to be a no vote on Senate Bill 14. But I would hope that you would perhaps, let's say you support this. Let's say you support this office, and you don't want to vote no. You think it's important. You think it should leapfrog things like respiratory diseases and cancers as something that the state of Colorado should address first, before unintentional injuries, before cancers, before respiratory issues. Let's say you think preventing eating disorders should leapfrog all of those. It's that important to you. Then I would encourage you to ask yourself, why in the world are we putting this into CDPHE? There are 20 of you who voted yes to create the Behavioral Health Administration. A few of you carried that bill to create the Behavioral Health Administration. When the Behavioral Health Administration was created, the Part 1, general provision. So this is where the bill starts. Section 1, Part 1. Behavioral health refers to an individual's mental and emotional well-being and actions that affect an individual's overall wellness. Behavioral health issues and disorders include substance use disorders, mental health disorders, serious psychological distress, serious mental disturbances, so on and so forth. Colleagues, if you voted yes for the Behavioral Health Administration, a $6 million program, minimally a $6 million program, with like 50 FTE. If you voted for the Behavioral Health Administration, remember what they told you you were voting for. You were voting to finally combine everything the state is trying to do in the sphere of mental health and behavioral health and finally put it under one umbrella. And, colleagues, the argument was so compelling that even though I voted against the first bill introducing the concept, I then voted yes to implement this. I was sold. Yes, let's try this. This sounds good. To combine mental and behavioral health to address suicide, which was driving reason for my yes, let's do this the right way. And colleagues, here we are 1 year later, taking what is inarguably the most dangerous mental health disorder, at least according to the Ledge Deck. Eating disorders are a mental illness that have the highest mortality rate of any psychiatric illness. Do you believe that? Do you believe the Ledge Deck? Because if you believe the Ledge Deck, this is the most dangerous psychiatric illness, and we're saying, hey, thanks, Behavioral Health Administration. We appreciate the fact that we created you with the idea of finally putting all of this under one umbrella. But you know what? This is different. We're now going to take this and we're going to move it all the way over to CDPHE outside of everything else that we're doing in behavioral health and mental health, and we're going to create a brand new office, ignore the Behavioral Health Administration, and have this little albatross hanging out here by itself. How much sense does that make, colleagues? After we all just voted yes, at least most of you voted yes, perhaps everybody in the room. It was unanimous in the Senate. Senator from, which district are you in? Senator from Alamosa, I think, carried that bill, if I remember correctly. Yeah. So senators carried it. And what they told you and what they told me was, we need to finally put all of this under one roof. So, colleagues, if you're going to vote yes, and you think this is important, first of all, I don't blame you. If you're going to do that, then what I would encourage you to do is, we are the first chamber. This bill's got a long way to go. I would encourage you to talk to your bill sponsors to say, hey, I know the senator from Douglas County doesn't make sense very often, but that thing that he brought up about we all voting yes to create the Behavioral Health Administration to put all mental health, behavioral health concerns under one umbrella, under one entity finally. Do you think there's any merit to that at all? Or is he just full of hot air? I think you'll be surprised at the answer. I don't think this is an outrageous request. And it's part of the reason I voted yes for the Behavioral Health Administration. I would agree with you if you believe that. So until that happens, I'm planning on being a no vote on Senate Bill 14. But in the event that this bill does make it out of the first chamber, it does have time. Looks like the majority leader's name's on it. So hopefully that helps prioritize things in some way, because I would love to see an office like this, if it's created, if we're putting hundreds of thousands of dollars and a couple of full-time employees, make sure that those people can take advantage of the synergies that we created under the Behavioral Health Administration. And at least I would encourage you to encourage the bill sponsors to consider that as well. Thank you, colleagues.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 14. Are there any no votes? Mr. Minority Leader, Senators Gardner, Rich, Baisley, Will, Van Winkle, Simpson, Pelton R, Pelton B, Liston, Kirkmeyer, Smallwood. With a vote of 23 ayes, 12 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 14 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Fields, Buckner, Priola, Winter, Exum. Please add the president. Janal. Jaquez Lewis. Hanson. Cutter. Mullica. Would the clerk please read the title to Senate Bill 164?
Senate Bill 164, Senators Gonzalez and Gardner, Representatives Bacon and Weissman, concerning the continuation of the Sex Offender Management Board and in connection therewith implementing the recommendations contained in the 2022 Sunset Report by the Department of Regulatory Agencies and making an appropriation.
Senator Gardner.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Senate Bill 164 on third reading and final passage.
Is there any discussion? Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Members, I want to take a moment, and I don't want to take too long, but it really is important that you understand that what we are doing here is reauthorizing the operation and authority of Senate Bill, of the Sex Offender Management Board under Senate Bill 164 for 5 years. For those of you who have been here in the Capitol off and on for as long as the really, really good and greatest senator from El Paso County and I, the least of all of the senators from El Paso County. We have dealt with the Sex Offender Management Board and its authority and how does it do its job. What is significant this year is that we have had an ongoing problem since the day I walked into the building in 2007 of offenders in the Department of Corrections. Now, you need to understand that this is an issue because instead of sentencing offenders to a fixed term and standard parole, we have indeterminate sentencing. Indeterminate sentencing, making it a period of time up to life. And an offender's release is dependent upon them getting treatment, making progress, and so forth. When they're on probation, or if they have been released, that treatment, while there's always controversy and discussion about is it appropriate and so forth, that treatment occurs. In the Department of Correction, there has been problems with availability of providers, waiting list for those who have been sentenced, and we've heard that forever. I'm pleased this year and want to thank my co-sponsor, the senator from Denver, for working on this issue with me to ensure that in this bill we have a task force of Sex Offender Management Board, membership staff, Department of Corrections, district attorneys, and public defenders to really address this problem and to do so by early next year so that we can do whatever we need to do legislatively to get the treatment. Because the point of indeterminate sentencing has never been to simply sentence offenders and leave them there without treatment. The point has been to rehabilitate and return them to the community under conditions and parameters that ensure public safety in a reasonable manner. This bill does that. I want to thank those stakeholders who did extraordinary work together. And that's not easy when you do work with your colleagues across the aisle and sometimes in your own caucus to get agreement on a bill. To use the vernacular, it ain't easy. And it was blood, sweat, and tears. And I want to thank all of them for doing it. Thank my co-prime sponsor and ask for an aye vote.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 164. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 164 is passed. Co-sponsors: Senators Exum, Smallwood, Mr. Minority Leader, Pelton B., Hanson, Rich, Fields, Priola, Buckner, Colker. Please add the President. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 287 on
Mr. Majority Leader, 1 second, really quickly. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I withdraw that motion. We do have one more third reading bill. Sorry.
Will the clerk please read a title to Senate Bill 267?
Senate Bill 267, Senators Van Winkle and Cutter, Representatives Tatone and Bradley, concerning a water quality fee to be paid for admission to Chatfield State Park and in connection therewith, requiring the Division of Parks and Wildlife to collect the fee and transfer the amount of the fee to the Chatfield Watershed Authority and making an appropriation.
Senator Van Winkle.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of Senate Bill 267 on third reading and final passage.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the passage of Senate Bill 267. Are there any no votes? Senators Liston, Pelton B, Pelton R, Simpson. With a vote of 31 ayes, 4 noes, 0 absent, and 0 excused, Senate Bill 267 is passed. Co-sponsors, Senator Sullivan, Coker, not to co-sponsor, but to go to the next item. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that the Senate take up Senate Bill 287 on special orders at the hour of 11:28 a.m. Colleagues, this is the only bill we plan to do on special orders. It's the School Finance Act, so we will not be printing calendars and distributing them to your desks. This was on general orders, second reading for tomorrow, but we will be taking it up on special orders today.
The motion is that the Senate take up Senate Bill 287 on special orders at the hour of 11:28 a.m. This requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. That motion is adopted. The Senate will take up Senate Bill 287 on special orders at the hour of 11:28 a.m. Special order is second reading of the bill. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders.
You've heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it via a narrow margin, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of special orders. Second reading of the bills, and Senator Exum will take the chair.
Are we ready, Ms. Cole? The committee will come to order, and the court rule is relaxed. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Senate Bill 287?
Senate Bill 287, Senators Zenzinger and Lundin, Representatives McLaughlin and Kipp, concerning the financing of public schools and in connection therewith making an appropriation.
Thank you. Senator Zenzinger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 287.
Reports. Education report.
Along with the Education Committee report and the Appropriations Committee report.
Thank you. To the education report.
We had a series of amendments in the Education Committee, including amendments that created a 2-year buy-down strategy for the budget stabilization factor, an increase in the budget stabilization factor from $150 million to $180 million buy-down of the budget stabilization factor, as well as some modifications to the task force that is enlisted in the bill, as well as a commitment to fully funding the CSI mill levy program, as well as a series of amendments concerning the at-risk factor, as well as several amendments concerning how the data will be used for the at-risk factor, as well as amendments that made several technical modifications to the bill.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on the Education Committee report? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of the Education Committee report to Senate Bill 287. All those in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. The education report is adopted. To the appropriation report, Senator Zinziger.
Thank you. In the Appropriations Committee, we also had a series of amendments that related to the appropriation, specifically an amendment regarding capital construction, as well as an amendment that addressed the maintenance of effort for the special education students with regard to the transition of preschool to the Department of Early Childhood, as well as a at-risk factor hold harmless amendment, as well as a number of amendments with regard to the task force that addressed timelines around the procurement code, as well as the scope for the task force.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of the Appropriations Committee report. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The appropriations report is adopted. To the bill, Senator Zinziger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, we all know that the biggest priority in the legislature, and indeed one of our ultimate legal obligations, is to pass a balanced budget. Secondarily, but of equal importance, is to pass the School Finance Act. What you have before you here today, I am particularly pleased with because it demonstrates how the state legislature is prioritizing education above all else. This year's proposal for school finance will boost K-12 funding next year to more than $9.1 billion. It also increases funding by $180 million more than was set aside, contained within the 23-24 budget. This translates into an additional $1,018 per pupil over last year, or a 10.61% increase, and raises the state's portion of average per pupil funding to $10,614 per student. This is an all-time high. We are taking a major step forward in the path to fully funding public education in Colorado. The bill proposes buying down the budget stabilization factor by $180 million, which brings it down to its lowest level since its inception, and we wrote into the law that we will fully buy it down to zero next year. Additionally, here are some other provisions of this year's bill. There's $30 million contained in it for rural schools to address a temporary funding provision of Proposition EE that ends this year. $23.5 million for the mill levy override match program, which set aside match money for rural districts and those with limited property wealth when seeking a mill levy override. $10 million to the Public School Capital Construction Fund to assist charter schools with meeting their capital needs. $10 million to assist districts in their preschool special education maintenance of effort requirements during the transition of pre-K to the new Department of Early Childhood. $2.5 million for CSI Mill Levy Equalization Program, which gives funding to charter school institute schools that miss out on local revenue sharing, and a commitment to fully fund it in 2 years. An additional $1.1 million for Gifted and Talented Universal Screening, a program that was passed several years ago but never fully funded, and a commitment to fully fund the program within 4 years. $500,000 for districts to assist non-English speaking parents and guardians with the translation of individualized education plans for students with disabilities, and an additional $300,000 for districts to address the transition away from prohibited Indian mascots. Related to this year's School Finance Act is the drawdown of dollars from the State Education Fund for a number of other education priorities that impact school finance, including $40 million for special education funding, which will finally close the gap for Tier B. $25 million supplemental funding for the Building Excellent Schools Today program to assist with the completion of supplemental projects that were tabled due to high costs. $18 million additional dollars to implement a new facility schools base funding model. $15 million for categorical programming, such as English language learners, transportation, small attendance centers, etc. $2 million for adult education, which increases the annual appropriation from $1 million to $3 million. There are contained within this bill a number of other policy adjustments that do not necessarily have an appropriation, but do impact school finance. For example, we are delaying in this bill the implementation of the new at-risk factor until we can get all the data that we need in order to move forward. We are also updating the definition of administrative costs for the Imagination Library, and we're writing in some optional language for districts to use when purchasing or upgrading their technology. Lastly, we are creating a new task force that will look at issues of equity and adequacy for various components of our funding formula. The bill did pass out of the Senate Education Committee unanimously last week, as well as the Appropriations Committee, and we look forward to the discussion on this year's School Finance Act.
Thank you. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I want to thank the former chair of the Education Committee, the current chair of the Joint Budget Committee for her partnership not only on this bill this year, 23-287, but over the last several years on this big project. We don't see things precisely the same, but we see things fundamentally the same, she and I. And we work together for the betterment, we hope, of the school children of Colorado. This is a big bill. As you've heard a lot of the details already, it has a number of elements in it, all of which are about, we believe, enhancing the students' experience in Colorado. One of the things that we haven't really talked about much, but's embedded in the bill, is a task force. And the task force, I don't think, is a solution, but it's an acknowledgement of the fact that we must reconsider and fundamentally rework the formula through which we fund public education. And the task force will engage on that issue. We need to make sure that the funding of education is designed first and foremost with the student in mind, and not, as it is now, my conviction, designed on behalf of the institution that seeks to serve students. There is a subtle difference there, but it's an important difference in my perspective. This bill, again, even in funding this year's education, takes a step on that pathway to finding and desiring and hopefully achieving an even better School Finance Act at some point in the future. So I urge your support of this bill, and I thank the chair of the Joint Budget Committee for her partnership on this bill.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, just kidding. Senator Hansen.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members, a huge appreciation to the team that has been working on the School Finance Act for many months and brings us, I think, a well-crafted bill. But there are a couple of items that I wanted to point out during this discussion that I think are really important to take into account. And one is a difficulty with the continuing nature around this rural schools allocation of an additional $30 million. That deal that was made as part of Prop EE has expired. It was always meant to be short-term, and we are now in the 5th year of a one-time agreement. So let that sink in for a second. The 5th year of a one-time agreement. That's how one-time agreements turn into permanent. And it cannot continue. And I will not support another School Finance Act with more one-time money for rural schools. That is not fair to the way we should be funding our schools across the state. And I believe the current mechanism does not work. So on a high level, let's stop this charade of $30 million of one-time funding for rural schools. We need a permanent fix. This should not continue. But I want to go one step further, because there's a subtlety here that is not so subtle, which is we're walking away from hundreds of millions of dollars of money for our schools because we have not fixed the short-term rental tax loophole. Have not fixed it. And it is obvious if you look at Appendix B in the fiscal note. And that's what I wanted to spend just a second with the members to take a look at the detail, because it really matters in this case. And this is a structural problem that we must fix. We cannot delay. If you look at line 43 in Appendix B, you see that Eagle School District, classified as a rural district with almost 7,000 students, will receive $1.136 million from this supplemental distribution. The same is true in Roaring Fork District in Garfield County. Large allocation for a district that has almost 6,000 students classified as rural. East Grand, Durango, Gunnison, Telluride, Steamboat Springs. Why do I point these school districts out? I love all those places. Great spots. In fact, they're so great that they have tons of short-term rentals. Tons of them. And the most egregious example of this loophole is what happened in Steamboat Springs, where the Sheraton Hotel, for those of you who've been to Steamboat, I'm sure you can see that hotel in your mind's eye, high-rise tower right at the base of the ski slope, converted that hotel into short-term rentals to take advantage of the tax loophole that we have yet to close. It immediately cost the Steamboat Springs School District $1.5 million overnight. Guess who made up the difference? Guess where the backfill came from? This has to end. A direct state transfer that went to the Texas and California owners of those short-term rentals. This is crazy policy. We should not continue this tax loophole, particularly for out-of-state owners. It comes directly out of our local services, the fire districts and the school districts. And it's $100 million at least across the state. I gave you the example of one hotel, it was $1.5 million. And I also would ask you to consider the lack of tax parity that we've created. If you own a bed and breakfast right next to that Sheraton Hotel, guess what? You're still paying commercial rates because you're a commercial business. And can anyone with a straight face tell me that the Sheraton Hotel in Steamboat Springs is not a commercial business? It's exactly what it is. We have to close this tax loophole. It is important for the funding of our schools, and it shows up in black and yellow, in this case, with my canary sheet, or pink if you go to the fiscal note. In black and pink, a huge amount of money that we're backfilling here, and this is a mechanism that I think the detail in Appendix B makes it obvious what's happening. So I urge you to support the School Finance Act, but collectively, we need to solve these two issues. We cannot continue one-time funding on a permanent basis. It's not fair. And we cannot continue this gigantic tax loophole we've created for short-term rentals. Thank you.
Okay. Senator Zinziger.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We do want to appreciate the comments from the good senator from Denver. We too struggled with the one-time nature of the funding for our rural schools. And in fact, not just our rural schools or our small rural schools, but by the very fact that our small urban schools, 2,294 students or below, are not even receiving this one-time money. So we definitely struggled with whether or not we felt that we could address the one-time nature of this funding. In fact, we even tried to address it more fundamentally within the individual components of the formula itself by taking a look at the way that we emphasize the factors in the formula with regard to our rural schools, our small rural schools, and the lack thereof of a small school factor for those that are in urban areas and get lumped into our urban environments. We struggled mightily with how we might be able to make more permanent adjustments within the formula in order to address the inequity of the formula as it relates to our rural and small schools in our state. The way that you would do that is by making adjustments to the concentration factor, the concentration level of those individual factors. But you can't just increase the concentration level of those factors without considering the overall cost. And those changes to the formula would have been permanent. They would have been baked into the formula going forward, and we don't have any new revenue out there in order to make those adjustments. So as a result, we did not make those permanent changes to the formula so that we could have a more thoughtful conversation around those issues of equity within our formula, which we are taking up in the task force. And in the short term, we are trying to address the lack of that one-time funding that ended with regard to Proposition EE. The points are well taken. We grappled with them ourselves. The solution that we landed on, because we could not get to a permanent fix in order to address those inequities, was to provide in this bill a temporary fix, which was the $30 million one time for rural schools. The good senator from Denver's point is exceptionally well taken in that we cannot and we should not continue to do this. We have to fix our formula so that it is more equitable. We have to. It is incumbent on us to do that. The problem is that the pathway forward with that conversation is difficult. And we need to make sure that we're doing it in a thoughtful way with all of the stakeholders that are impacted by this. So again, thank you for the feedback. I hope that our temporary one-time solution is acceptable to this body, and we would also ask for your support.
Thank you. Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. To the good senator from Denver, I say amen, hallelujah, and pass the canary sheet. The reality is, actually, it is my job now to close the gate on that yes vote for this year's bill, 287. I am grateful that, in fact, you are offended by the formula, offended by the fifth one-time annual renewal of a specific effort to solve a problem that never solves a problem, only treats a symptom. We must do that. Now, I would argue, had I been in the chair, I might have gabbled you down on your tax policy conversation around the short-term rentals loophole, because that's a little far afield, but it does intersect with this bill. And so we'll put the jury out on whether I would have gabbled you on that or not. Truly, this bill, in this moment, as a snapshot and a photograph as to funding education right now, is a well-worn, vigorously debated solution for 1 year. But it's only a photograph. Tomorrow, we will determine, tomorrow being metaphorical, not literally tomorrow, but tomorrow we will discover it's already moved on. We're no longer adequately serving the students of Colorado. And you find it in things exactly like what the good senator from Denver just talked about. The formula's about districts. It's about tax policy. It needs to be more about students. And the minute we make it more about students, we're not worrying about, well, these rural schools, they should have an extra $30 million. That should be accounted for in the way we understand a student in a sparse environment, a student in a small rural environment. That student shows up on the doorstep of their school with needs that are different because they come from a greater distance to get to that school, perhaps. And so we need to acknowledge that. We are also missing the fact that many students, increasingly many students, show up learning English as their second language or their third language, perhaps. And we need to acknowledge they're showing up to their schools learning English. Many students show up from intergenerational poverty. They don't have the means that hopefully most all of our children have had and our grandchildren will have. And we need to acknowledge that. We need to think about the student first and fund the student and let the formula connect with that going forward. And then problems like the challenge you've seen and the argument made by the good senator from Denver, those sorts of problems will evaporate. So I close the gate on the yes vote on 287. I open my arms wide to a conversation about revising the formula and urge your support of 287.
Thank you. Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A tale of two Sheratons. We've got the Sheraton Hotel in Steamboat Springs, converting to short-term rentals, costing Steamboat Springs $1.6 million. We're going to backfill that, though, with this school finance formula. We're going to give another $30 million to rural resort communities. While Sheridan, Colorado, with 90% free and reduced lunch, the highest percentage in the metro area, the second highest percentage in the state, no change. They're just going to get what they get in the formula. A tale of two Sheratons. We have to fix this formula. We have to make sure that the kids who need the most get the most. And that is not what's happening today. That is something we have been working on for more than 6 years. And it is time that we fix this formula, that we get the kids in Sheridan the funding they need, and we stop letting Sheratons in the mountains converting to short-term rentals take money away from those kids. The bill is good, but the formula needs to change.
Thank you. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Members have a lot of comments about this bill. I gave you all a handout. Hopefully you're looking at it. It's called The Game of School Finance. Kind of my take on the game of life, only using school finance. But before I get talking about the bill, I want to talk about all the people who put a lot of work into this bill. In fact, 3 of our staff members are sitting back in the corner back here. We call on them pretty much any time, day or night, and they can answer our questions about school finance. So I would like to recognize the JBC analysts and the legislative council folks and the drafters, one over here as well, that have been helping with this. I really want to recognize, oh, is that there? Thank you. I really want to recognize the sponsors of this bill, the prime sponsors of this bill. And in particular, the good sponsor, the good senator from Arvada. I know now from working with her on the JBC, she puts her heart and soul into everything. She's very intense. She's very smart. She's very strong. She's very passionate about school finance and about education. And local control. Thank you. The School Finance Act, I think this is her 4th time of doing this, doesn't happen overnight. It takes a lot, and I mean a lot, of effort. And I appreciate the good senator from Arvada and what she has done with regard to the School Finance Act. She has tried to cover everything she possibly can, make it work. She's listened to a lot of folks. Some folks that she's had to listen to have stressed her out. She doesn't necessarily agree with them, but she's a good soldier in that she's moved the School Finance Act forward, and she moved it forward with $150 million buy down of the budget stabilization factor. And that was after a lot of stressful evenings, I'm sure, and a lot of stressful conversations with the governor's office and with folks over in the House. And when we got to the Education Committee, we were able to increase that to $180 million buy down, which I appreciate. And it didn't get stripped off in appropriations, and I really appreciate that as well. But I said from the very beginning, and she knows this, that I'm going to go for the full buy down because I think our kids deserve it. I think our students deserve it. So this is not personal. This is us all being passionate about education. So for a decade, and if you want to kind of follow along here on the game of school finance, there are rules for the game of school finance, and they're outlined in the Constitution. Our Constitution requires that the General Assembly shall provide for the establishment and maintenance of a thorough and uniform system of free public schools throughout the state. That's the first constitutional requirement. The second one came in 2000. Amendment 23 required the state to increase the per pupil funding by at least the rate of inflation each year, and a few more things in there. But those are the rules of this game. For over a decade, after Amendment 23 was passed, the Colorado legislature and the governor interpreted Amendment 23 to require these funding increases each year to be based on the total per pupil funding. That is, on the total base funding plus the factors. This interpretation, and oh, by the way, that governor was Governor Bill Owens, a Republican governor. So while he was funding and adhering to the will of the voters and funding education, plus inflation, plus 1%, going over into the school state education fund, I happened to be in the administration, and we were cutting our budgets. Every year, we were given a number to reach. 5%, 16%, 9%, 3%, every year. Because under Governor Owens, education was a priority, it was the first priority, and we followed the Constitution. And this interpretation preserved the fairness and the equities that at the time were built into the school finance funding formula. And it was consistent with the intent of Amendment 23 to bring total per pupil funding in Colorado back to 1989 levels. So in 2000, the voters passed an amendment that they thought was going to at least bring our total per pupil funding in Colorado back to 1989 levels. And we were working on it for 10 years. Then beginning in 2009-10 school year, in response to an economic downturn and a resulting budget crisis, the legislature changed its interpretation of Amendment 23 and declared that Amendment 23 only required the legislature to increase the base funding each year. Under this new interpretation, funding for the factors could be cut by the legislature. The legislature proceeded to add a new factor. At that time, they called it the negative factor, which eventually became the BS factor, one of the most appropriately named factors there is. Because having grown up on a dairy farm, BS means things different than what BS means for a school factor. Yeah, on a dairy farm, BS does not stand for budget stability, budget stabilization. But here, down at the General Assembly, it does. BS stands for budget stabilization factor. So under this new interpretation, funding for the factors could be cut by the legislature. And the legislature proceeded to add the new factor to the school finance funding formula as a mechanism to enact across-the-board cuts to school finance funding each year. And it grew. And it grew. Then they tried to cut it down. Then it grew again. In 2020, when we had a pandemic, thought we were having a huge recession, we actually added to the budget stabilization factor and ended up cutting about $1 billion from school finance. As we all know, schools are funded by local property taxes and state aid from the state's general fund. When the BS factor was introduced by Colorado lawmakers in 2010 as a way to legally cut education funding required by Amendment 23 amid an economic downturn, that's when they first introduced this workaround, a workaround of our Constitution, because that's what this is. This is a workaround of our Constitution. I don't know about all of you, I did not take an oath of office to work around the Constitution. I took an oath of office to uphold the Constitution. And after all the funding adjustments required by the School Finance Act are calculated, the budget stabilization factor, the BS factor, reduces total funding proportionally across districts in the event that other areas of the state's budget may need additional funding. We are stabilizing the budget. We are balancing the budget on the backs of education. That's what we've been doing since 2010. If you follow along in the game of finance, I want you to go to In the Bank, because what I've heard time and time, every time I've come up here and asked for a complete buy down of the BS factor, I've been told, well, you got to go find it in the budget. Well, guess what? This year I was on the Joint Budget Committee, and I went and found it in the budget. Got to find my right amendment here.
There's an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read the title to Amendment L041.
Amendment L041 by Senators Kirkmeyer, Lundin,
Senator
Gardner-Busey.
Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. On behalf of the entire Republican caucus, I'm proud to move L041.
To the amendment.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This amendment's pretty simple. This amendment is a full buy down. The result would be is that we would buy down the BS factor the full $321 million. And as I said, I was told as we were moving through this, you know, all through for the last couple of years, got to go find the money. And I'm thinking you got to go prioritize the budget. And even just recently, there was a handout, I think it came from the governor's office or from somebody who hates the idea of buying down the budget stabilization factor fully, that wants to tell us that the buy down is not sustainable, particularly under heightened economic uncertainty. We don't want to have to buy down the negative factor simply to have to increase it again. You know, when I read this handout, I thought, wow, they must think we're idiots at the General Assembly. They must think that we can't set priorities. They must think that we don't know what's in the Constitution. They must think that we just don't care about the will of the voters or about our students. Well, I just don't think you're all idiots. I think if you follow along on the game of school finance, you'll see what we have in the bank. So in the state education fund, 22-23, $1.32 billion in reserves in a fund balance sitting there. I was told last year we can't buy down the whole BS because we just don't know if we'll have enough money in the next year. Yet we left $1.32 billion in the state education fund and didn't buy down fully. And here's what's scheduled for 23-24, $1.15 billion in the state education fund. In the state reserves, which we budget, which we can go after if there's a recession, and which, by the way, OSPB, whose forecast we used for the budget, said there's only a 40% chance of recession in this next year. So going through the long bill, our reserves budgeted, you can see them for 22-23. Here's what they are for 23-24, $2.2 billion. And the permanent trust fund, which we normally can't trust, or we normally can't sweep, we shouldn't go in and grab it. It's money from our state lands, money that comes off of royalties, mineral leases. In that permanent trust fund, we can sweep it if we need to. There are monies, interests that go from the permanent trust fund that go to education. This year, it was at least $21 million, probably more. But if we need it, another $1.3 billion in 23-24. In 23-24, that is over $4.6 billion that we have sitting in reserves, in funds, in our long bill in the state of Colorado. And we can't buy down $321 million because we're worried that we won't have enough next year? Let me just go on. Follow the blue arrow. Here's what we did this year. Here's what we did this year. We decreased state funding, state general funds, by $158.5 million, below what we funded in fiscal year 22-23. The decrease in state funds was possible due to the passage of 21-1164, which increased local property tax revenues. Do you remember that bill? We sent it to the Supreme Court, make sure that we could do it. We told school districts, not so fast. We know we told you how to credit. Not anymore. We're going to increase you. If you're not at 27 mills, you get to be increased by 1 mil a year till you get there. So every year, mill levies are going up. And when we have a banner year like we did this year, with increased assessed values going up because somebody thought it here, somebody here, I wasn't here then, somebody here thought it was a great idea to get rid of the Gallagher Amendment, mess with that assessment ratio. Great idea. What it did was more property tax revenue coming in. And then when we passed a bill last year, property tax relief, $200 million bucks. Yeah, the voters did that right after you all put it on the ballot. I did not say that it was just Democrats who did that. I just said it wasn't me. And just so we know, here's what happened. We decreased our state share by $158.5 million. Local share, follow the blue arrow, increased by $643.5 million bucks. State share goes down, local share went up. Great. And we can't cover $321 million? Look at the next one, historic state and local share. Look what's been going on. Look where we're at. Local share, $4,092,794,096 bucks. It went up, while the state share went down by $158.5 million. And now for those of you who want to keep telling me, gosh, you know, we just got to worry. We can only have one-time money. We don't have money coming in. Well, I would say BS. BS. BS factor. Covering myself here in the well. But I want you to look, again, using OSPB's forecast. We took the forecast this year that brought in the least amount of revenues between it and LCS, LSC, Legislative Services. So you look at it. The state education fund transfers in 23-24, just shy of $1 billion. Forecasted, 24-25, $1 billion going into state education fund. What's it going to take? Are we going to have to get to a $2 billion education fund balance before we'll buy it down? What are we leaving that money there for? So the governor can sweep it for something else, another pot of money that he thinks he's going to go grab? What are we leaving it there for? State reserves will bounce up to 2.29, basically $2.3 billion. And general fund revenues, again, OSPB, Office of State Planning and Budget. Those aren't our guys. Those are the governor's people. Forecast $18 billion in general fund revenues coming in next year. $18 billion. So I'm going to give you just a little history about what we've been doing with regard to the BS factor just this year. The governor, who put in a request for $635 million of special requests of his, and oh, by the way, he said we could have $15 million for our requests. The governor's original request, $35 million. $35 million. Next year, his request said $37 million. Woohoo, exactly, woohoo. When we're sitting on these types of fund balances, the School Finance Act first came out, we talked about this a little bit already, $150 million. It was a good first try. Education Committee got us to $180 million. on a buy down. And that was after I was explaining how much money we had in the bank, how much money we have in reserves. And as a sidebar, I just want to point out to you that little governor's pot of money. Maybe you all saw it in the long bill and thought, what the heck is that? When I saw it in the long bill, I thought the same thing. What the heck is that? It was $103 million for workforce-related legislation, $221 million for housing-related legislation. I'm not going to read everything here. He had $16 million, which eventually that line item, if you remember looking at the long bill, grew to $145 million at one point. $16 million for legislation other than workforce and housing. Then there was that $91 million, just passed this bill, for the infrastructure match. Governor's pot of money this year, and everybody keeps saying it's one-time funding, one-time funding. Maybe one-time funding, it's not one-time money. But he came up with a total of $431 million. And that was after we bought the helicopter. Put that in the long bill and other things. $431 million. So governor's pot of money could be $431 million, but his request for the BS buy down was $35 million. I think eventually he might have got up to $120 million. I think that's what he tried to say in the State of the State address, but I'm not really sure. Because I went back and looked through all of that and I couldn't find it exactly, but I heard that someplace. So here we are, and I just want to remind you, while the governor's request came in to not really even lower the BS factor, the general fund expenditure request at first was like a 7% increase. We ended up with an 8.9% increase in general fund expenditures, increase this year in the long bill. And as I've been working on this, over the weekend, I got the notice that the governor doesn't like this. And that if we all go to 321, we should expect a veto and go to special session. After I stopped laughing, I thought, bring it on. Bring it on. Just bring it on. I would love to spend 3 days here talking about education and how for the last 13 years, we have not funded schools. While school districts are struggling to meet student needs, we're sitting on huge fund balances. While school districts are struggling to meet student needs, the governor requests $35 million buy down. Bring it on. This is probably one of the most important votes we're going to have after the long bill. This is our constitutional requirement to fund education. Education equals opportunity. It equals opportunity for our kids. And while we're sitting here funding all sorts of things, just to remind you some of the things that we pay for. We pay for people's bus pass. That was a bill. We're paying for people's bus pass. We pay for people's utility bills, another bill. We pay for people's rent. We pay for their hygiene products. We pay for business licenses. We pay for their health insurance. We can and we should darn well pay for public schools and put our kids' education first. It is, after all, our constitutional requirement, our mandate, to provide a free and uniform public education system. I ask that you, and I urge you, to vote for L041.
Thank you. Senator Pelton B., and we are on Amendment L041. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I'd like to say thank you to the bill sponsors for all the hard work that they did on this bill. I'd also like to thank the good senator from Denver for coming up and talking about rural schools. Makes my heart really full when I get to hear about that. Being born and raised in this state and going to rural schools my entire life as a young person, I think it's awesome. The other thing I think is awesome is that after 13 years, we have an amendment in front of us to fully fund schools. I cannot tell you how many times that I heard from teachers across my district that said, please, just get rid of the BS factor. over and over and over. Since 2000, we have not done that. We have not fully funded schools. I just got to say, last year when this amendment came up, and I remember watching it completely through the whole process, and I called the good senator from Brighton and said, thank you for that. I just want to tell you all that this is an excellent amendment for rural Colorado and for all of Colorado. Let's buy it down. Let's stop the madness now. Let's listen to the voters that voted in Amendment 23, and let's fully fund our schools right now. When I first got here, I remember hearing certain senators talk about, we need to pay our teachers more, we need to pay our teachers more. And that's up to the local districts to pay the teachers more, but if they fully funded, we're going to be able to see that. I feel very strongly about that. I just want to say thank you to everybody who worked on this school finance, and I really want to thank the good senator from Weld County for bringing this amendment, and I ask for an aye vote on this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Rich.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I want to speak in support of the amendment L041. And I know it's going to sound repetitious, but when I came here, that was one of the #1 issues that I would hear from my district is, you know, why aren't we paying our teachers more? Why aren't we buying down this Budget Stabilization Act? And you know, now we have a chance to do this, and it's so important that we consider doing this. The good senator from Brighton just laid out that we have the money, and I don't know what the fear is in taking care of our schools and why we're not, why people would be hesitant of this particular amendment. I am so proud of the fact that we have someone here that will stand up here and be honest about the money that this state has in various pots and can prove in black and white that we could pay this down this year and move on from this. So I am very proud to have my name on this amendment along with the entire Republican caucus. It's time to pay down or pay off the BS factor. I urge a strong yes on this amendment.
Thank you. Senator Coker.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I too come up here in support of this amendment because I too am in favor of funding schools and ending the IOUs we've been writing to our children for the last 20 years. Yesterday, we heard in education a bill that would bring $26 million to after-school programs. $26 million to after-school programs when we are not funding fully our schools during the school day. We are giving out over $400 million in grants from the Department of Education. You know, I haven't looked at them all, but many of them, I say, are very worthwhile. But why aren't we doing this through funding our schools? Why do we have a $10 billion backload on a generation of students who missed out on fully funded schools? Money in the schools will pay for teachers who will support reading, who will support math, who will create smaller class sizes to make it easier for kids to learn. My children shouldn't be the only ones benefiting from that. My children have been getting those supports and getting up or beyond grade level because of those supports. We should be supporting all the children of this state, and I am an enthusiastic aye vote on this amendment.
Thank you. Senator Will.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I come up in strong support of this amendment. You know, when I first came here, there was a representative by the name of Jim Wilson, taught me everything I know about school finance. And we used to have multi-hour sessions with Representative Jim Wilson going over school finance. This BS factor was what he harped on constantly, all the time. Buy it down. We have the opportunity. I won't belabor the fact about where the money's at or that we have it. I just have to say that this is something that needs to be done. Let's do it. We have the opportunity to do it right now. Let's clear it up, and I ask for strong support of this amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. Senator Baisley.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, we of course have been hearing about the budget shortfall for a whole lot of years, certainly all the years that I've been in the legislature. And we've had opportunity a little bit to chew it down a bit. And then in 2020, we had an enormous opportunity when ballot measure EE was passed. But rather than spending that tobacco money as the will of the people was expressed on buying down the budget factor, the budget shortfall, then it went to creating new programs and universal child care and kindergarten, and it was spent where it should not have been spent. And that's my fear of where all the dollars that are available to us discretionarily might go this year. This is an opportunity when there's plenty sitting there, rather than spending on new programs or emerging programs. Let's resolve this issue that's been plaguing us for a long time. The number of emails that are in my inbox, I'm sure, match what all 35 senators have right now. Thank you for buying down the budget shortfall factor by $180 million. Let's finish the job. It is important. We've got to square this up. We have the opportunity. Let's do it right now. It's important. We have the opportunity. There's no good reason to not seize on this opportunity. Let's please vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator Baisley. I'll trade you my emails for yours. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I rise in support of this amendment. The good senator from Sterling, North Peltonia, talked about, going to school in rural schools. Most of my schools, well, all of them are rural or frontier schools. They are all needing this money. They need this BS factor to be retired. This year is the perfect year to do it. Last year would have been better, but that didn't happen. This year is a good year to do it. We've got the money. Let's get it spent before it gets earmarked for something else that really maybe doesn't need funded. Let's put our priority into our kids where it needs to be. They're our future. So I am full support of Amendment 41 and ask for a yes vote.
Thank you. Senator Simpson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Likewise, I rise in support of Amendment 41. Look, I voted in favor of the long bill in the budget a few weeks ago under the expectation that we would zero out the budget stabilization factor, the BS factor. Commend the folks that worked on it, the sponsors, the Senate Education Committee for buying it down by $180 million, I think is what the proposal is. But we really need to be more intentional and eliminate the budget stabilization factor. This is my third session with the expectation of each of the prior two. We would eliminate the budget stabilization factor when we had an opportunity to do that. Look, I appreciate we're trying to balance a number of needs and requests across the long bill and priorities, and all of us have unique challenges in our districts and the folks we represent in the constituency. But this one cuts right to the core of our responsibility. Fund education as the Constitution requires us to do so. I don't profess to know all the ins and outs of the budget or the School Finance Act. I'm trying to be better educated every year along the way. It's probably like a lifetime of education around School Finance Act. And really look forward to next year with some discussions about trying to make sure we get School Finance Act done before the long bill. Encouraged about that conversation and look forward to it. I was just going to highlight for the body. I pulled out staff budget briefing summary from from fiscal year 2020 to 2021, and a request from the administration, from the governor's office, was to increase the general fund reserves to the national average of 7.5%. I think that was more than double of where we were prior to that. But again, you're balancing that, you're making that investment into the reserves, I would argue, on the backs of and in place of fully funding education. And think about where we're at today at a 15%. So we've doubled that from 2020 to 2021 to today at a 15% reserve. I recognize and identify there is an opportunity, without doubt, to zero out the budget stabilization factor, and I rise again in support of Amendment 41 to take the opportunity and do that now while we can. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Senator Zinzinger?
Thank you so much, and thank you to the good senator from Weld County for kicking off this discussion and for your passion for students and for our schools. Because as the good senator from Weld County pointed out, we share that passion. I know it's a difficult thing to put off moving forward with something that we all want to get there. So why should we even contemplate waiting one more year to get there? And I'm going to say it's because for a couple of different reasons. Again, not because people don't believe in it, don't want it, but we do need to be sure that we're being very careful about how we move forward. So think, for example, about how you balance your current home budget. It is not good practice to tap your savings account to pay your regular bills. Sometimes you have to tap your savings account in order to pay your regular bills because costs go up, because inflation happens, because you need a little bit more time in order to make other adjustments within your spending practices at home. And so you temporarily tap your savings account in order to help you meet your daily obligations at home, your food bill, your mortgage. But it's not good practice. We don't want to put ourselves in a position where we are tapping our savings account in order to meet our daily bills. Now, if this is going to not be a permanent issue, then you have to make changes to your budget, which I believe is exactly what we are doing. We're reprioritizing our budget currently, right now, and in this School Finance Act in order to get there. We are prioritizing one particular aspect of our budget, school finance, and we're trying to get it in alignment with whatever happened in the past, with the understanding that we are here. Whatever has happened, and we are right now in this moment, and we are working toward getting to a place where we will not have an IOU for education anymore, which is the budget stabilization factor, and that we can sustain that going forward. So we have in the past, including this year, tapped our savings account in order to fully fund our total programming this year. We already did it. We already drew down from our savings $197 million. We are also drawing down from our savings a series of other items where we are buying down the budget stabilization factor, where we are buying down the state ed fund in order to cover other priorities. It's worth it. These priorities matter. We believe that it's good value for our money. But once you draw that down and you pull it over into our regular spending, we have some requirements now. Now it's part of the base level of funding. And not only do we have to carry forward a higher amount, which is good, but you also have to carry forward that higher amount plus inflation. And we should be able to do it using our existing budget, our existing general fund dollars, and not tapping our savings account. And that's what we're doing, is we're taking one more year to shift around the priorities within the budget so that we can get down to a 0 budget stabilization factor in a responsible way. We have put it in the bill, the timeline for that, to give us one more year to stair-step down so that we do not have to tap our savings account permanently. Because if we tap our savings account permanently, we won't have a savings account anymore. We will buy down that savings account and it will be at 0 with the same expectations, not this year, probably not even next year, but in 3 years from now, we won't have a savings account. Why? So we went ahead and calculated how much school finance is this year, plus all of the increases. Based on estimates on a couple of factors, we are assuming the same per pupil count, which may or may not be true, but we're assuming for our edification so that we can come up with what is it that the expectations will be for next year. So we're assuming the same per pupil count. We're also assuming that our inflation rate is going to come down pretty significantly. We think that the inflation rate will come down to at least a 4%. Here's the kicker, though. This year, the local growth rate was 20%. Next year, we think that the local growth rate will be 1%. That is a huge swing from one year to the next. And why does that matter? Well, it doesn't really matter necessarily from our side of things, for the state share of things, but it does significantly matter for the local share. Because when it comes to school finance, we pair these two things together. We pair together the state share with the local share, and then we make sure that it meets the minimum level of funding that we need to cover for the year. If the local share, for any reason, goes down, then it's incumbent on the state to backfill that amount and to raise our amount so that the overall total stays at a particular level. So this year, we had 20% growth. Next year, we think that it'll be a 1% growth. That's a huge swing, which means our obligation for our state share next year will go up, number one. Number two, we already tapped our savings account this year under what was really perfect conditions, quite frankly, for the state side of things, $197 million. And then we are, in this proposal, tapping it again. We're tapping our savings account an additional $180 million so that we can buy down that budget stabilization factor, which means next year's obligation at a minimum will be $260 million, plus then the inflationary factor that comes over the total program funding for school finance. So if we calculate that up, using the expectations that student enrollment will stay the same, that the inflation rate will come down, assuming that the local growth rate will go down a lot, and we know today, we can predict that the full amount that we will have to carry forward off of the existing School Finance Act is a minimum of $490 million additional dollars. Now, can the general fund absorb an additional $490 million next year? Well, first of all, the answer up front is no. Why? Because our revenues are declining. So right up front, we know that we cannot cover the $490 million additional dollars that we need to carry forward this year in the School Finance Act up front, which means that we will have to reprioritize our budget general fund spending out of the gate, $490 million to start. I don't think we will be able to do it, but we're going to try, because we would rather not take it from our savings account, because again, it's not good practice to pay your bills with your savings account. So we're going to try first to reprioritize $480 million next year of general fund spending so that we can carry forward next year's School Finance Act. What happens if we buy it down to zero? Well, now you have to take that $480 million and double it, which means next year we would have to, out of the gate, with declining revenues, reprioritize $1 billion of general fund spending in order to come out even with regard to school finance. And that would be to achieve not implementing a budget stabilization factor out of the gate. And again, these are all estimates because we're doing these based on what we think will happen. We think that enrollment will stay the same. We think that inflation will come down. We think that the local growth rate will come down. If, for whatever reason, we are unable to reprioritize $1 billion of general fund spending, then we could temporarily pull it out of the state ed fund, our savings account. And we absolutely could do that because of the balance of the state ed fund right now. But we could only do it one time, and our savings account will have been wiped out. So we will have staved off disaster for 1 year. What about the next year? When we are in a declining economy, when our economists have already predicted that our revenues will decline. Then the following year, we have to carry everything forward again, and we're looking at fewer revenues and more reprioritizing of our existing budget, which we are committed to doing because we want to keep it at zero. However, it's risky. So what I'm telling you today is that it is safer, it is better budgeting practice to stair-step down 1 more year so that we have the time that we need to reprioritize next year's budget so that we can fully carry it forward and permanently end the budget stabilization factor. It's not because we don't have an adequate savings account, because we do. But we shouldn't pay our bills using our savings account. We should be paying our bills out of the general fund. And that is exactly what the School Finance Act today represents. It represents a logical way of getting there so that we can keep our promises, so that we can get there and stay there, even in a declining economy, so that we can get there and stay there for the benefit of our schools and our school children. I resonate, my heart resonates with this amendment. Truly. Because my children have never been in a fully funded classroom. My daughter is graduating this year from high school, and her entire educational career, she has not had a fully funded classroom. So I get it. I get what the stakes are. As many of you know, I am an educator. I'm a proud educator. I am a current licensed social studies teacher who teaches for my district during the interim. And I have spent the good part of my legislative career down here in this building fighting for our students, fighting for our teachers, fighting for more education funding. And we have accomplished that. We collectively have gotten to the place where we are within striking distance of eliminating a budget mechanism that we did not institute. Prior legislators instituted the budget stabilization factor. And the reason why they did it is because they hit a slowing economy, because they hit the Great Recession, and they were unable to reprioritize the budget in such a way as to not have an impact on our schools. What I am telling you today is that we don't want to do that anymore. We actually want to buy it down to zero and keep it at zero forever. And that's why I can tell you in full confidence that that's what this bill does today. It says we are going to work to zero. We're going to take one more year to figure out how we can get there on a permanent basis. We are not going to spend out of our savings account to meet our bills. We are going to spend out of our savings account for things that we think are really important this year, like special education, like gifted and talented education, like money for rural schools, like capital construction, like categorical increases. We've agreed that all those things are important to us one time. And so we are tapping our savings account one time. But if we buy down the budget stabilization factor to zero this year, it's not one time because that's ongoing. And we will jeopardize the very work that we have been focused on doing for so many years. Again, I understand the desire. I understand the need. I am right there with you. But I'm asking you to vote no today on this amendment because it is not the best way to move forward today. We will get there. And we're going to get there in such a way where we can maintain our commitment going forward.
Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. I rise to discuss Amendment 41 as well. In this moment, for those that are following this and have been, apparently, people actually want to hear what I have to say. In this moment, for those who have been following this policy-making process, you have to pause and say, wow, oh my. This is the majesty and wonder and beauty of a people governing themselves. We come to this conversation with differing perspectives and differing roles that we play in this conversation. In other forms of government, in a parliamentary form of government, there is a governing coalition. And the governing coalition has the burden of governing. In our form of government, there's a majority and a minority. And of course, the majority party has the burden of governing. And so they must figure the way forward. Meanwhile, the minority plays an important role, saying, yes, and here are perspectives that must be heard. Here are ideas that we think inform the way we should govern. And we work together in this beautiful and challenging way to get there together. Now, this is one of those moments where, for me, as a prime sponsor on a bill, in association with my esteemed, respected, I would say loved colleague from Arvada, we have slightly different roles and responsibilities in this conversation. She, from the majority party, has a burden to govern. I, from the minority party, have a responsibility to press forward the issues as my caucus, and I personally see them. Now, policy, as the good senator from Centennial has said many times, we pursue policy and it's as if the policy result is the horizon. We are always striving and reaching, and we never quite get there. As introduced, this bill had $150 million baked into it to pay down the budget stabilization factor, and that's the subject of this amendment. As it came out of committee, it had $180 million in it to pay down the budget stabilization factor. This amendment says let's put another 162 into that effort to pay down the budget stabilization factor. So we're on this policy progression where it started one place, moved in a specific direction, and now we're having a conversation about moving it even further. Well, this is a conversation I personally am very familiar with. Under my leadership, this caucus has said with resolute, and some people would say ferociousness, pay down the budget stabilization factor, fully fund public education, make it the first priority, and then, with the money that's left, create what you will of state government. My predecessor in the leadership role of this caucus, in his opening day speech 3 years ago at least, said the same thing at that time. And it was a big number then. It wasn't like 162 gets us there. It was like 850. He said we need to spend $850 million to pay down the budget stabilization factor. Today, we're within spitting distance. We can get at this now. And something that's fundamentally different is, and I've researched this closely, when I was in the House a few years ago, I wanted to spend budget reserve money on transportation expenses because my argument back then, we were earning 1 or 2% on our bonds. My argument was the value of improving our roadways is greater than 1 or 2% capitalized and annualized. We should spend that reserve money on the roads. I did the research into it, and the 30-year average for more than 30 years at that point of state of Colorado reserves was just over 3%. Today, we're sitting on 15% reserves baked into the cake, $2.2 billion in this budget year. And we have a little more than, after we've spent all the things that are anticipated to be spent, prior to this amendment, but including this bill, we will have spent down some elements of the budget, or the the state education fund, but it will still have a balance of almost $1.1 billion. So we got a $1.1 billion in the savings account. Well, this amendment argues reach in and take $162 million out of that $1.1 billion balance. Now, the burden of governing says, well, oh, golly, what if things go sideways next year and the year after and maybe even the year after that? We should keep more money aside. That's an understandable argument to be made, and we must respect and listen to that argument. But it is my perspective, there is room within next year's budget and the budget year thereafter to trim and change the other things we do with state funding. Since the budget stabilization factor was created, and this is I've written several opinion pieces on this over the years. My most recent was a guest opinion piece in the Gazette back in March that argued since the creation of the budget stabilization factor, we have created 167 new offices, departments, and agencies of state government. If we put the pressure on to fund education first, I would say that's going to be hard on the development of new additional offices and agencies of state government, which for me as a conservative, that's a good thing. Let's have government do a limited number of things well. And the first thing it should do well is public education. So, this is a challenging conversation. We are making policy here today. We're looking forward to next year, trying to find the right balance. My argument is, let's take the risk. Let's spend the money now, and if we need to tailor the growth of state government in other areas next year, let's do that. We are unusually flush with general fund reserves and state education fund reserves. Now is the time. And I make these arguments knowing that we will get there together in this beautiful experiment called democracy with bumps and bruises as this bill moves out of this chamber and into the other chamber. And there's a governor. The governor has to sign this, and he has the opportunity to say, not my cup of tea. That's a long way of saying veto, but he has the ability to do that. And so this conversation will continue. But as for me in this moment, as uncomfortable as it is, I'm pressing forward for more dollars out of muscle memory, if nothing more than that, because I've been saying that year over year for some period of time. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I urge the adoption of 287, and quite frankly, I support Amendment 41 on the way there.
Thank you. Any further discussion on Amendment 041? Yes. Senator Pelton R.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, the good senator from Monument, for your remarks. I talked earlier in this session about, during the long bill, about, sometime, well, it's about, shoot, I can't think of the name of it. Anyway, when we're making up budget shortfalls from last year, we need a haircut. We've been funding some programs, new programs in this state over the last several years on the backs of our kids and the backs of our school teachers. They were educated to teach our kids, not to have to learn how to scrimp and scrape and do everything on a shoestring budget. I think we can learn to do some of that here. Fund our schools, do away with the budget stabilization factor, which Amendment 41 does, and get back to letting those teachers do their job, letting the school boards have bigger budgets to work with, budgets that they can fund their transportation or their school lunch menus or you name it without having to scrimp and scrape. I think it's time we scrimp and scrape a little bit here. These new programs that were mentioned, I think there's a lot of those that I would be just fine seeing them go away. I think we're creating people that are getting soft. They don't know how to take care of themselves, and the government does not need to be there to prop them up. So with that, I urge a yes vote on Amendment 41. Let's give the state the haircut. Let's do what's right for our kids and for our teachers and pass this amendment. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Senator Buckner.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. School finance, probably one of the most popular topics around. I've been on the Education Committee since I came to this amazing Capitol in 2015. I was Vice Chair of Education over in the House, and now here in the Senate, I am Chair of Education. I take my position very, very seriously. Am I an expert on school finance? No. Sometimes I still have to get those charts out from the first year I was here to figure out school finance because it's complicated. I think you all remember Representative Millie Hamner. She made a chart for me with a bucket so I could better understand school finance. I still have that piece of paper where she taught me about school finance. I have listened to every argument there is about what we should do with funding our schools. There's no doubt we need to fix the formula. There's no doubt. But I am not in favor of the amendment being brought here today, and I'll tell you why. We need to take more time, and I'm speaking to the amendment right now. I'm speaking to the amendment. I am not in favor of this amendment because I do not believe this is the way we should move forward. I have more to lose than most of you when it comes to school finance. I'm talking about my brown and black kids. I'm talking about my low-income kids. So I have more to lose than anyone, but I am not in favor of this amendment. I want to do it right. I want to take this summer and the task force to look at how we should fix this problem. And it is a problem, but this is not the way to do it. I am asking for a no vote on this well-intentioned amendment, but this is not the way to do it. I'm asking for a no vote.
Thank you. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Appreciate all the comments that I've heard. I love the analogy that it's not people's practice to tap their savings to pay their bills. Well, I would tell you that is exactly what's been happening over the last couple of years. People have been tapping their savings thanks to the high inflation. I think that is their practice. That's what's been going on. Not only have they been tapping their savings, they've been building up credit card debt. Kind of like the state, building up a debt. And you know what I find amazing is, the first 10 years after Amendment 23, the requirement to increase the funding by 1%, a Republican governor could get it done. He didn't build up an IOU. A Republican governor said, I'm going to prioritize education and get it paid for. I can get it done. And he did. He funded it. And you know what happened during that 10-year period? We like to keep talking about the Great Recession. Do we all remember 2001? Do we remember what happened in 2001? Do you remember 9/11 and the recession that came after that? Do you remember? He probably is going to hate that I say this. We had all of Colorado burning, some of the worst fires in the state of Colorado. A Republican governor figured out how to get it done. And he didn't have a Republican House and Senate that whole time either. He got it done. So you're telling me a Democrat governor can't get it done? I'm going to believe you. especially when they come in with only a $35 million buy down of the BS factor. That was his first request. At the same time, $635 million of other dollars. But again, I love the analogy. Love the analogy. It's not people's practice to pay their bills by tapping into their savings. What's really not people's practice is to not pay their mortgage and build up your savings. How many people do you know don't pay their mortgage, don't pay their debts off, but go build up their savings? That's what's real here. It is not people's practice to not pay their mortgage and at the same time build their savings. But lately, for the last 13 years in the state of Colorado, it has been our practice. It's been our practice not to pay for education, our number one priority, our constitutional mandate. It's been our practice not to pay our bills and build up our savings. Typically, it hasn't been people's practice. When they have their mortgage, it's not their practice to give an IOU to their banker. But apparently in this state, it's okay under this administration and the previous administration and the even one before that, all Democrat governors, it was their practice to give an IOU to school districts. IOUs to school districts. When we've got a constitutional mandate that says we're going to fund education, that we have to provide a free public school system. And then we had another one where the voters came in 2000 and said, not only will you fund a free public school education, you'll increase it by inflation, plus some. So it's possible, if you want to buckle down and fund priorities. I served in the Owens administration. You know what we had to do? We had to cut the budget every year. 3% one year, 5% another year, 16% one year, 9% another year. Every year, we were expected to come in with cuts in our budget. Every year. That's how you do it. You prioritize it. So when I get this little handout that came from the governor's staff, it says a one-year BSF buy-down is not sustainable, particularly under heightened economic uncertainty. And at the same time, more governor staff in their economic forecast says next year, 24-25, we're going to have $18 billion general fund revenues. $18 billion. That would be a whole billion more than what we built a budget on this year. $18 billion. And we're going to have state education fund transfers $1 billion. Well, what are we going to do? We're just going to keep giving IOUs to the schools? Build up our state education fund by another $1 billion? Leave it at a balance of $1 billion? We're going to have plenty of money to keep our state reserves at 15%. In fact, they're going to increase to $2.3 billion, essentially. Declining revenues? I don't think so. And these are not my numbers. These are not from our legislative staff numbers. These are from the governor's Office of State Planning and Budget, who in their March forecast said, we're going to have $18 billion next year. We're going to have state education fund transfers of $1 billion. We're going to build up our state reserves to $2.3 billion. Does that sound like we're having a decline? This is OSPB. They're not saying we're having a decline. Let's get our message straight. Let's get our message straight. Go look at your long bill. Go look at your budget. That's where these numbers came out of. These general fund revenues aren't going away. And under the governor's staff flyer that they send out, if we were to buy down this year, oh my God, how traumatic that would be. Under a one-year buy down, an economic downturn would lead to general fund needs of more than $800 million over a 3-year period. That's not what I heard before, but that's what they're saying. I heard before as in today. A nearly impossible ask in any environment, never mind a downturn. So apparently, the governor's economist, which I thought was in the Office of State Planning and Budget, must not be talking to the other person in the cubicle right next to him or the office right next to him. Because that person said in their March forecast, that person said, well, we're not declining. We're going to increase. We're going to increase by $1 billion in general fund revenues. We're going to increase in our state education fund transfers by $1 billion. What is with this administration that they don't want to buy down the budget stabilization factor? I mean, they say on their little handout they don't want to overpromise and undersell. It's exactly what they're doing. They told us, OSPB said, there's going to be money there. And if it's not, we should be following what our constitutional mandate priorities are. We should be funding education. This BS, this budget stabilization factor, of where we fund everything else, and then we decide how much money is left over for education. You know what? I didn't even know what the School Finance Act was when I got here. I knew there was one. I got put on the education committee. I started listening, and I'm like, what are we doing? What are we doing that we don't fund education first? This is our priority. What are we doing? Not funding education. You know what we have funded since they started the buy down? 2010, 2009, 2010? We created over 160 new offices, but we couldn't fund education. We gave school districts an IOU. We created essentially 2 new departments. That's just been recently in the last year. And we're going to give school districts an IOU. Sorry, we're busy doing everything else but funding education. Hello, school districts, don't get yourselves excited, because we had to create a couple other departments and a whole bunch of offices just recently. Oh, and then there's this little governor's pots of money. And I put that on there because actually over at the JBC, we called them the governor's pots. The governor's pots of money. It started out at $635 million. He got $431 million in his pots. Why are we doing that? That's not good budgeting. That is not good budgeting. And then on top of it all, let's add insult to injury. The state share decreases by $158.5 million. Local share increases, $643.5 million. Not only are we not buying it down, we increase their share. You know, I know you're all getting pressures from the governor's office. I can see their staff up here too. I can see you working your vote. I can see you don't want to buy it down. But we're telling you from our side, it's time. It is time to stop the BS factor. It's time. The money is there. You can go read it for yourself in the long bill. I merely just pulled out the numbers so you didn't have to go research it and look for it. It's time. Public education has a significant impact on our society. And it is critical that as Colorado leaders, that we take a close look at public education as a whole, and we ask ourselves, are we delivering on the promise to provide a thorough and uniform system? Are we providing the high-quality experience necessary to ensure that all students can be successful in our rapidly advancing world? Does our education system build a strong enough foundation to ensure that Colorado has a competitive advantage for our future? I have said this several times, and I'm going to keep saying it. Education equals opportunity. And the quality and level of our as the quality and level of our education increases, productivity, income, social stability, and economic development also rise. You know, as we look through the budget, it's obvious that we have a systematic problem where we don't fund education, where our kids are not getting the education they deserve. And at the same time, crime is up, 25-year high crime. 1 out of every 4 individuals in this state is on Medicaid. We have more people on welfare rolls, more people on food stamps. Education equals opportunity. Education is everybody's kid's way out of poverty. It's just not one district. It's just not one Senate district that has the corner on low-income families. Every school district in this state, every senator's district has low-income kids. Low-income kids that are trying to fight their way out of poverty, whose schools are trying to do the best they can, and we're giving them an IOU. When we sit on fund balances, huge fund balances that are going to build over the next year. We're at a turning point. It's time to stop. 13, that's a really unlucky number. Let's stop it at 13. 13 years. We haven't been funding education. We haven't been funding it fully, and we have a $321 million IOU, buy down, whatever you want to call it, to our school districts. With over half of the school district funding, well, maybe not quite half now, but with over half of the school district funding coming from the state, we should be focusing on building a strong foundation that aligns directly to the needs of our students today and tomorrow. We should be focusing on a unified system that can serve to provide significant resource equity throughout the economies of scale and ensures a consistent, high-quality experience for all students, regardless of where they live, regardless of what state senator district they're in, regardless of what school district they're in. The concept of local control only works with the assumption that local governance has the experience, the skill set, the capacity, and the resources to create and define high-quality education systems. We all agree on the purpose of public education. It is to ensure that every child has the opportunity to succeed so that we can strengthen our economy and improve our collective quality of life. If you can agree to that, then you should support buying down the BS factor totally. There is no reason not to. The funding is there. OSPB is not forecasting a declining economy. It's the exact opposite. The time's up. The time is up to stop the BS. Time to stop the BS factor. We need to stop ignoring the will of the voters. We have dismissed voters and parents and students for way too long. Teachers don't get paid enough. Students are not getting the education they deserve. Is it really that hard as a General Assembly to put education first? Is it really that difficult for you to prioritize that over those 168 new offices, 2 new departments, governor's pots of money? Is it really that difficult to fully buy down the BS factor for everyone in this room, to put education first? I hope not. I urge an aye vote on Amendment 41.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Amendment L041. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. L041 is lost. Back to the bill. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 287. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. Senate Bill 287 is adopted. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Question before us is the rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a few bills, namely one. And will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations thereon. Senate Bill 287 is amended, passed on second reading, and ordered engrossed and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage.
Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the adoption of the report.
There likely is an amendment at the desk. Will the clerk please read Cow Amendment 1?
Cow Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 287. Senator Kirkmeyer, I move to amend the report of the...
Thank you, Mr. President. I move Cow Amendment 001 to Senate Bill 287.
Is there any discussion?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. Members, I'm going to urge an aye vote on this Cow Amendment. This Cow Amendment is saying that we are going to fully buy down the budget stabilization factor. We are at 180 million now. It takes us to get to 321. I put flyers on your desks to show that we have the funds. It's there. It's time. It is time to stop the BS, time to stop the BS factor. We need to stop ignoring the will of the voters. We've dismissed the voters and parents and teachers and students for 13 years. We heard that, God, we need another year. That's what I heard last year. When the governor first brought in his request this year, he said he needed 3 years. We just keep needing another year. We heard that it's just really not possible to get this done right now. But for 10 years during the 2000s, we did it. Under a Republican administration, we did it. We prioritized education to be first, and we funded it. Did we cut other things? Yes, we did. Did we say that education was our priority? Absolutely we did. It should not be that hard for the General Assembly to say education, while it is a constitutional mandate, and a constitutional mandate to fund it at this level, should not be that hard for the General Assembly to say, we're going to put education first, we're going to fully buy down the BS factor, and we're going to make sure our kids get the education they deserve. Should not be that hard. I urge you to prioritize education, and I urge an aye vote on Cal 001.
Senator Zinzi.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, we just had a very full discussion about this topic. For all of the reasons that I stated earlier, I'm requesting a no vote. I believe that it's very important that we proceed the way that we have outlined it in this year's School Finance Act. And I also did not have an opportunity to make something clear earlier. Under no conditions at all am I personally, as one of the sponsors of this bill, beholden to our governor. That is not the reason why we have charted out this pathway for the budget stabilization factor. Actually, the position of the governor's office, in my opinion, is immaterial to this bill because he's not the one that crafted it. We did. The sponsors of this legislation, the good senator from Monument and myself. So I'm asking at this time to please vote no on this amendment. And thank you for your time today.
Seeing no further discussion, the motion is the adoption of Cow Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 287. Are there any no votes? Senators Roberts, Hansen, Mullica, Exum, Coleman, Majority Leader Moreno, Gonzalez, Janal, Jaquez Lewis, Marchman, Bridges, Sullivan, Danielson, Winter, Cutter, Henriksen, Rodriguez, Zenzinger, Fields, Priola, Buckner. Please add the president. With a vote of 13 ayes, 22 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Cow Amendment 1 fails. Question before the body is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? With a vote of 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 287 is amended, passed on second reading, order engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. General order, second reading of bills. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Senate resolve itself in the Committee of the Whole for consideration of general orders, second reading of bills.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the motion is adopted. The Senate will resolve itself into the Committee of the Whole for the consideration of the general order, second reading of bills, and Senator Exum will take the chair.
The committee will come to order. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee proceed out of order for consideration of Senate Bill 291.
The committee will proceed out of order. Consideration of Senate Bill 291. Would the clerk please read the title of Senate Bill 291?
Senate Bill 291, Senators Fenberg and Cutter, Representatives Segura, Kennedy, and Martinez, concerning the Public Utilities Commission's regulation of energy utilities.
Thank you. Senator Fenberg. Senator Fenberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move Senate Bill 291 along with the Appropriations Committee report.
To the Appropriations Committee report.
The Appropriations Committee did what they do, and they appropriated funding for the bill.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the motion before us is adoption of the Appropriations Committee report to Senate Bill 291. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Appropriations Court is adopted. To the bill. Senator Cutter.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was really thrilled to be part of the Joint Select Committee on Rising Energy Costs. For the first several weeks of session, I'm sure you all know that I'm sure lots of you actually were receiving the same kind of emails that, that I did from constituents struggling to pay for their utility bills. These rising rates, along with some investigative local journalism, spurred a lot of questions among our consumers, also known as ratepayers. And since many of the costs associated with running a business and providing energy are recoverable, meaning they can be passed on to ratepayers, what incentives do utilities have to better contain costs? Those are some of the things that we explored in this committee that went on over the course of several weeks. So our public utilities have been regulating the same way for more than 100 years. There are some practices that really make sense, some things that are good and practical, and there's some things that need to be reevaluated. During testimony, we learned that when utilities want to build infrastructure, they need to justify their plans to PUC commissioners, which is the regulatory entity designed to protect ratepayers. Utilities make money by building things, and the more they build, the more they make. But it's not always clear that these projects are in the best interest of the energy consumer. So the incentives are not necessarily well aligned. In addition, some experts that work in this space talk about how difficult it is to understand the justification for these project proposals. That was actually something we talked about a lot. An attorney that works a lot in this space talked about how hard it was to, quote unquote, crack the code. So Section 2 of this bill is to make sure we level the playing field and give regulators the ability to truly evaluate what's being proposed and understand fully the data and all the things they need to make informed decisions and not have to dig for that information on taxpayer time. So also, when they want to raise rates, utilities want to raise rates, they have to file a rate case and go again before the PUC. So we're increasing what they have to include in filing to make sure all of the players, regulators, watchdogs, everyone have a clear understanding of what's proposed because, again, they're quite complex. And so it's really important that we make sure there's some clarity in the process. Every big company, utilities included, makes decisions on how much to spend on advertising, marketing, lobbying, all those kinds of things. But when most companies make these decisions, they know it comes out of their profits. When utilities make these decisions, they know they can recover a lot of these expenses by passing them on to consumers. So we've also addressed that. The bottom line is that utilities, public utilities, are just letting them do just doing what we let them do. They're making the most of a system that governs them, and we can't really fault them for that. So we are just trying to make sure that we're not upholding the status quo, but really looking at the people we serve who are struggling to pay something as basic as energy and just realign the rules and regulatory framework a bit. So we ask for your support.
President Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I want to thank everyone who worked not only on this bill, but were part of conversations over the last several months. There was the Joint Select Committee that really kind of dissected the issue, talked with some of the experts, not only from Colorado, but from around the country, to discuss what could potentially be done. I want to especially thank the good senator from Jefferson County for co-sponsoring this bill and working on it with me. I want to thank the good senator from Weld County for her time on the task on the joint committee, as well as the good senator from Alamosa who stepped in for a third of the committee hearings, and all of the folks who came and testified and really helped us learn and wrap our head around the issue. This bill, I think, does address some of the issues, but in no way should we assume that this bill is getting at some of the fundamental questions that are often raised. This bill does not change the regulatory model in Colorado substantially. At the end of the day, it's still a cost of service model where ratepayers generally are paying for the cost of service. There are some incentives built in here and there, and generally speaking, the fuel costs are still passed on to consumers. But I think this bill does do some critical things to protect consumers and to insulate them from some of the volatility that we all experienced last winter. So really quick, what the bill does. Starting next winter, it will require utilities to actually level out some of the fuel costs that we experienced that have resulted in very high and volatile utility bills. What this means is that the commission will set a maximum amount of fuel costs per month, and if the fuel costs go over that because of the commodity market, there will be a plan to put in place that will spread out those costs on consumers over time. So you won't feel that shock on your monthly utility bill right then and there, but it'll be over time where you can budget for it. It eliminates subsidies for new development that is often paid by current ratepayers that aren't using some of that infrastructure. It also provides opportunities for long-term savings by really taking a keen eye at big infrastructure investments and making sure that they are strategic, that they are in the interest of ratepayers, and that we are doing it with our greenhouse gas roadmap in mind for what the future is going to look like. And then lastly, and I think this is probably the most critical, is it levels the playing field at the Public Utilities Commission. This is where so many of these decisions are made. We require disclosures and transparency in this bill for utilities at the commission. We specify what costs cannot be recovered. So as the good senator said, we prohibit advertising that is simply for the sake of promoting the brand of the utility from recovery. We create guidelines for when there is a rate case and the utility is asking to increase rates, and they bring in a bunch of third-party consultants and lawyers, that there's a limit on how much exposure ratepayers have to pay for those consultants and experts, because at the end of the day, they are there generally to argue for higher rates. So we think there need to be some guardrails on how much we are paying for a lawyer to argue to raise our rates. And there are several other aspects that I think level the playing field and ensure that that the decisions coming out of the commission are in the best interests of the public. There are several pieces of this bill that we are happy to get into. We talked about it quite a bit in committee. For instance, the risk sharing. The commission will create a process for ensuring that utilities have skin in the game, and that a small portion of fuel costs will be on their books, essentially, for them to be incentivized to reduce costs, to manage costs, to find efficiencies, to do better hedging, incentivizing long-term contracts and things of the sort, so that their incentive is the same as the consumer's incentive. And we do have a couple of amendments that we are going to offer based on feedback and discussions with stakeholders, including the utilities, to hopefully make the bill more clear.
There is an amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to Amendment L011?
Amendment L011 by Senator
President
Finberg.
Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L11.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a very simple amendment that changes a may to a shall, and then adds guardrails around when a wholesale customer is able to intervene in a rate case. And it says you shall allow them to intervene if they show a pecuniary and tangible interest. Before it was that they may intervene, and also didn't require that they have to show a pecuniary or tangible interest.
Is there any further discussion on Amendment L011? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L011. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Amendment L011 is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. Ms. Cole, please read the title to Amendment L013.
Amendment L013.
President Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L13.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does a few things that were brought up in committee, and we discussed this with the stakeholders and the utilities. This amendment does a couple of things. Number one, it clarifies that the study being done on stranded assets needs to also evaluate and study the impact that it will have on the workforce if there are stranded assets into the future. Oftentimes when we talk about stranded assets, we're talking about the impact on the ratepayer. These are things, this is infrastructure that's maybe in the ground that will be paid off for 50 years, even if maybe its useful life ends at year 20. We still have to pay it off. You still have to pay off that asset. We also want to make sure this study looks at the impact on the workforce if these assets that are going in the ground are no longer going to be as useful as they used to be. And then, so that's essentially what this does. And then in the last section, lines 20 to 24, specifies that when someone is disconnecting from the gas distribution system, they don't have to do excavation to dig up their pipes if there is a more cost-effective and safe manner to do it. But if they still would like it, and they're a purist, and they say, I still don't want this infrastructure in my yard, if they demand that that happens, then it specifies that the utility can then charge them for those services. It's not meant to say that someone can have a request that might not feel reasonable and is not cost-effective, and they still don't have to pay for it. So in those circumstances, the individual consumer would have to pay for those costs.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L013? Seeing none, the question before is the adoption of Amendment L013. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Amendment L013 is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. Thank you. Ms. Cole, please read the title to Amendment L08.
Amendment L008 by Senator
Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L8.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This amendment does a couple of things. One is there is a prohibition on getting rate recovery for political expenses or lobbying expenses on behalf of the utility. This specifies what is and what is not considered an expense on their behalf, and shows that if it is a wage that is given to a worker, and the worker has dues that come out that go towards expenses, that is the worker spending that money, not the utility. The other aspect is around penalties, and we clarified this based on feedback from the utilities. And then lastly, we require an annual report to be filed so that there's a little bit of disclosure and transparency, and therefore enforcement of the prohibitions on cost recovery.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion on Amendment L8? Seeing none, the question before is adoption of Amendment L8. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. Thank you. Ms. Cole, please read the title to Amendment L012.
Amendment L012 by
President
Senator
Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L12.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So these next two amendments are kind of the core, sort of the meat of the amendments based on conversations from the last week or so. And these are largely based on feedback from various parties, but mostly from the utilities themselves. This does a couple of things, and I'll mention the ones that are most significant. It requires, when they file a plan, a fuel cost sharing plan, it says that the plan may include elements such as physical hedging, financial hedging, fuel storage, or long-term contracts. I believe that this already was implied in the bill because it was relatively broad around purchasing programs. But the utilities really wanted this to be laid out specifically, and we felt that that was fair because our intentions is that it could include all of the above, including these items. And so that was a request from the utilities to have that called out. We also specified that when the fuel cost sharing program is developed, that the commission shall allow, this is not the fuel cost sharing piece, this is the piece around the leveling. If the costs go over the maximum monthly permitted amount for fuel costs, the commission shall still allow recovery of those fuel costs, as long as they are prudently incurred and they were responsible, which is essentially how they make all their decisions at the commission. But it says that they shall be recoverable, but the mechanism developed by the commission might mean they're recoverable over a longer period of time, rather, and not saying that they may be recoverable, because that would, I think, provide risk that the utilities were very nervous about. It also says that the timeline of that recovery can't be more than 5 years, and that it can include the financing costs to spread out that amount over that period of time, again, up to 5 years. The rest of this, so line 12 and below, is a rewrite of the fuel cost sharing piece of the bill. And this was based on feedback from the utilities. I think they are comfortable with a mechanism, but were uncomfortable with how it was written in the original bill. And this is based on their feedback and others to ensure that it is done in a way that everyone is on the same page of exactly what the commission will be developing. And also allows the commission to take into account the financial health of the utility and any impact that these mechanisms could have on customer affordability. We heard in committee that some of the concerns were about credit ratings of the utilities. And if there was an inordinate amount of risk all of a sudden placed on the utility, maybe their credit ratings would suffer and therefore their borrowing costs will go up. This says that the commission is allowed to take that into account. It also says that that this should not be inferred that the existence of this program automatically means that the return on equity should go up. That's a conversation that happens in every rate case, and we are specifying that that this program should not automatically mean that they get more profit because there's more risk on this side. The last section is there were some concerns that one of the studies was predetermining the outcome of the study. This removes the actions required by the commission after that study comes back and simply says that they have to have a public hearing and make a decision, but it doesn't tell them what that decision needs to be.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L12. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. Thank you. Ms. Cole, please read the title to Amendment L14.
Amendment L014 by Senator Fenn, book amendment, printed bill,
Senator
page 3,
Fenn.
line 7.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move L14.
To the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is the other core amendment that we are running that is largely based on conversations and feedback from the utilities. It does a few things that is simply clarifying. This applies only, I believe, to Section 1 and 2 of the bill, and clears up some of the required process before a rate case starts. So sort of says what the discovery parameters are going to be and provides another option for what the commission can consider when adopting rules to limit recoverable legal fees and rate case expenses. And then it also allows the commission to certify that all of the information that they think is sufficient to go forward with on a rate case, the commission can say, yes, we think we have enough to proceed, and they get to say when it's ready. And that is essentially the main aspects of L14.
Is there any further discussion on L14? Seeing none, the question before us is adoption of Amendment L14. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The amendment is adopted. To the bill. Senator Gardner.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair. This bill is very interesting to me in that it was the result of the Select Committee, which had the task really of finding ways to save consumers money on their utility bills. So I know, because I've attended utility rate hearings since I was 19 years old, there's only so many ways you can do that. The bill, as I understand it, says, well, first of all, we're not going to allow investor-owned utilities to charge their legal costs and their political costs to the ratepayers. And that's commendable. In fact, not knowing kind of the grim and dirty details, the mind-numbing details, if you will, of rate setting in Colorado, I was kind of shocked that this wasn't the case already. Many of you know that as a simple country lawyer, I make my living actually representing government contractors, federal contractors, some of whom do cost-plus kinds of contracts, and they have allowable cost and unallowable cost. A major portion, well, I wouldn't say a major portion, but significant cost rules in that industry say you can't charge your legal costs for most things to the government unless they're regulatory compliance costs. And you can't charge your lobbying costs to the government. And similarly, this piece of the bill is important in the sense that it really is wrong, in my mind, for ratepayers to have to pay for the investor-owned utility to pursue its case about how it should get more money to make more money from the very people who will have to pay more money. That doesn't make sense. Nor should ratepayers pay for the cost of lobbyists standing out there in the lobby to get advantages for the utility. That's a good step in this bill. It's not going to make the rates go down very much, if at all, for the ratepayers. It's a drop in the bucket. What drives the rates are capital, buildings, infrastructure, power lines, plants, maintenance, personnel, and fuel cost. Now, this bill has some provisions dealing with fuel costs, and it's kind of interesting to me because what the bill says is that investor-owned gas utilities have to file a gas price risk management plan with the PUC by November 1, 2023. I don't know why they wouldn't have had to do that already as part of their rate hearing to justify their rates and to justify what they're doing. But we can put it in law. I don't think the PUC, I stand to be corrected, but I don't think that there was a case where the PUC couldn't have insisted upon that kind of information in rate setting. The plan must include proposals for reducing the volatility of fuel costs that are recovered pursuant to an annual gas cost adjustment filing and a maximum per month fuel cost. Well, again, we're putting that sort of thing in this bill, but the reality is you're talking about take-or-pay contracts. You're talking about contracts that say we will purchase X amount of gas every month, long-term, and if the price, at a particular price. And if the price goes down, well, then too bad, because, you know, if the commodity price goes down because your contract is to buy from us X amount. And of course, then utilities sometimes get stuck putting that, if they have a mild winter or mild summer, they get stuck with more gas than they know what to do with. And gas, unlike coal, you can't put it in the yard. You can put it in a storage tank. We talked about some of that this morning. But you can only put so much of it in a storage tank. You can't do like you do with coal and put 30, 60, 90 days in the yard, and when it gets extremely cold, shovel it. So we've pretty much taken away from the utility one of the ways that they could control the cost of electricity and heat to consumers. We just have. It seems to me that we're prescribing a bunch of things that the utilities know how to do already, and the PUC, if they haven't been forcing this or haven't been in here asking us to give them the authority, if somehow there's not the authority, then shame on them for 25 years. So I'm really, and then the amendments are things that come from the utility, and I don't blame them. Right now, they'll be able to recover the cost of coming in here and asking us to do these things for them, but that'll be prohibited going forward, assuming this bill passes. But, you know, in Colorado Springs, our municipally owned utility, one of my criticisms of them has been that they don't have so-called take-or-pay contracts. Now, their defense of that has been, you know, when it's really, really low, and they do, they pass that savings along to the ratepayers immediately. Because they don't have a PUC they have to worry about. They set their own rates, and their board happens to be the elected city council of the city, and that's equivalent or essentially the same constituency as the ratepayers, and so they return those savings immediately. Now, the downside of that is that when gas prices go up, as they have recently, fuel prices go up. But if you average it all out, in theory at least, you'd find that consumers are paying the same thing. Now, to get around, or I shouldn't say to get around, but to allow the consumer to sort of deal with this, Colorado Springs Utilities has a program, I assume most do, has a program that allows for ratepayers, consumers, to pay a set rate per month and to budget that. And that way, the consumer themselves can even out the price differentials. And I think my own municipally owned utility would assert that that actually works better for consumers along the way. It requires a certain amount of consumer discipline that may not exist in all cases, because when it's really low, people want to take advantage of the really low, and they wince when it's really high, because fuel prices are naturally volatile. One of the ways you deal with the volatility of fuel prices is to have multiple types of fuel. So, many years ago, we had plants in Colorado Springs that could run on coal or gas, as the case may be. But everybody decided that coal was really ugly and really dirty, and even though there were scrubbers and everything else, everybody had to get rid of their coal-fired plants, and you'll never build another one in the United States again, I think. So scratch that one off. The bill, I don't know how I'll vote on the bill. It's innocuous enough. I like the part about finally telling utilities you can't you can't recoup your legal costs for taking a rate case to charge your consumers more money for and up your return on investment for your investment, or all the lobbying costs that got spent in about the year 2009 or 10 to have expedited recovery of replacing coal-fired plants with natural gas plants, a deal that was done to the expense of the coal industry to promote natural gas. And so the natural gas industry rather loved it. They kind of sold their coal brethren down the river, and the General Assembly, over my no vote, went down that road with them, and now everybody's really upset about that. But nobody's going to take that back. Well, they can't really, because they've allowed that. But when you hear about investor-owned utilities, both the really big one and the other one in Colorado, and how much money is being paid to recoup investment in plants over the past several years, that's because we let them. Not only did we let them, not I, we, collectively we, by majority vote over my no vote, agreed to do that to expedite a move away from coal. And now we're here with this bill about transparency, rulemaking, and rate filing requirements for certain electric and gas utilities. Gosh, I thought we were going to do something about rates. I mean, not just say, well, quit passing on your drop in the bucket overall lobbying and political contributions and expenses, and I don't know. In government contracting, we don't allow excessive overhead, and we don't pay on travel. We don't pay for alcohol. I hope there's a similar rule in utilities expenses for their travel and so forth. I don't know. Again, it won't be that much money, but. And by the way, we limit advertising expenses in government contracting. It's like somebody read the book on that allowable cost and decided, that's not a bad idea. To me, the bill just doesn't do very much about it, about utility costs. Truth of the matter, it can't. It can't because, for the most part, those prices are dictated by the market. Just as availability and reliability are dictated by the market. Where we are in Colorado today is flirting with the brownout. I used to scoff about it happening in California, but then it happened in Texas too. And why did it happen in Texas? Well, that's a whole long story. But the reality was Texas created a free-for-all in the market. They went to the other end. Nobody paid for reliability. Nobody did anything to ensure that there was a base load that could be carried all the time. And one day when it got really, really cold, and they'd moved away from coal-fired plants, and they depended on natural gas to ironically depended on natural gas to warm the pipelines, which froze. Everybody in Texas, including a good deal of my family, froze for a week or so. Now, when you freeze down in Texas, you're just miserable. Because usually it's 75 on a low on, this time of year. And they're just not used to it. But they didn't freeze to death. But if we don't do something about reliability and ensuring reliability, it's not a pretty sight in Colorado. Because most people's fireplaces don't work like fireplaces anymore, so you can't burn the furniture. You can't go outside and use the gas grill without getting really cold. Everybody in Texas just fired up the grill and put on a coat and went out and cooked dinner over the grill. Sort of did the cold camping thing, but that's not going to be available to us here. I commend everyone for having a select committee and for bringing a bill, but the whole idea is we have to do something about availability. And the things that we have done about availability is to cut availability. We have made it near impossible to explore and drill and produce natural gas, so there's less of it. And we don't use coal anymore because it's evil. And the wind doesn't blow all the time. The wind doesn't blow all the time, and the sun doesn't shine at night. And we don't have the battery capacity yet. And one of these days, everybody's going to plug their car in, and that's going to be a heck of a load. And they're all going to, thank goodness we don't live on the coastline, because I don't know what it'd be like to have to plug your car in to flee the hurricane. That might be a different deal. That would be an interesting sight. Members, I'm just a skeptic about all of this because it ignores the market. And the reason we regulate utilities is not only to control prices, but to control and ensure availability and reliability, because there have to be investments in all of that. Perhaps others have concerns about this bill as well, and some who served on the committee may have observations about what's come out of the committee that did or didn't make it into the bill. So I'll yield the floor for a few minutes to allow any of them to speak that wish.
Thank you. Senator Kirkmeyer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was on the select committee. Wasn't able to make all of the meetings. The good senator from Alamosa filled in for me on one. I did, however, think there were supposed to be 4 meetings, but apparently not. But even at the meetings, it was pretty apparent what was happening, because it's the same thing that's happening in Senate Bill 291.
Senator Kirkmeyer, will you hold on just a second? Members, I apologize, but the coat rule is relaxed for everyone. But you do look good in your coat. Okay, sorry about that, Senator Kirkmeyer. Please continue.
Well, that's important. So anyways, as I was saying, Senate Bill 23291 was introduced with the goal of addressing the high customer energy bills this winter that came about from the higher than usual commodity prices for heating fuel and from the colder than usual winter we saw this past winter, on top of having the impacts from the unusual events from the 2021 winter storm, where power outages caused the production of natural gas to go down while the demand for natural gas hit record levels. We still rely on natural gas, and it's going to be a long time before all of the people in the state of Colorado are not on natural gas. That does not happen overnight, regardless of how many bills we pass down here saying that it should happen. It doesn't matter how many times we keep moving the goalpost. It's all about cost. If you really want to eliminate natural gas from the system, it's going to be a cost. And that cost is going to be to the consumer, to the customer. So let's be honest. Senate Bill 291 would have the exact opposite effect on utility customer bills. Instead of trying to address the real issue here, the bill attempts to punish utilities, the energy providers, and their customers for something they don't have control over. I asked several times in committee, I asked several times in the select committee, what can we do to decrease utility rates, prices for the customer? And in committee, they didn't say this bill was the answer. In fact, they didn't have an answer. They didn't say this bill would lower rates. I asked. In fact, there's nothing in here that says anything about lowering rates. There's plenty in here, though, that's going to push rates up. So even as the state tries to fully electrify heating and appliances, the technology for heat pumps in much of our state must be augmented with natural gas. So folks, hang on to your gas stoves, your gas fireplaces, because this bill is about going after natural gas. This bill will lead to more top-down regulation, give the Democrat-controlled Public Utilities Commission increased authority and discretion with vaguely written goals. And we've had this discussion about the PUC. In fact, we had it here on the floor with the most recent appointment, a recovering Democrat. Prior to that, it was 2 Democrats and what was supposed to be an unaffiliated who switched to Democrat. And then we appointed someone who was a Democrat. In fact, they were in the state legislature. Well, we didn't appoint them. That was in the state legislature, Representative Tom Plant, who said he was unaffiliated now. So that's why I said he was a recovering Democrat. As the state looks to increase the price of natural gas utility service and to push customers away from this efficient form of energy, they are also increasing the cost of electricity by forcing increased demand for electricity, which will force new infrastructure like high-power transmission lines. And right now, we've got another bill in that takes away local control. You know who permits those high-power transmission lines? I guess it'll be done at the state. Right now, we don't have the electric system to support this level of electrification. It's not there. It doesn't matter how many bills you pass, how much you want it to be, it is not there. We'll have it down the road, but it will come at a cost to customers. This bill, first and foremost, is trying to push out a very efficient and cost-effective energy source for our state. It's called natural gas. This bill would eliminate the allowance provided to contractors for installing a natural gas line to a residence or business. Check out Section 5. An applicant means a person that requests natural gas service and that owns the real property requiring the service. Applicant includes a developer, builder, legal entity, or other person that has legal authority over the property. There's definitions for line extension allowance. When you go to page 15, as far as I know, still looks like that the removal of any incentives for an applicant to establish gas service to a property. It's gone. No incentives if you have gas coming to your property. Of course, maybe the amendments changed that. I didn't hear that. They may have. I didn't have the amendments in advance. But on or before, here's what it says, on or before December 31st, 2023, each gas utility shall file with the Commission an updated tariff to reflect the removal of any incentives for an applicant to establish gas service to a property. This issue was raised by several witnesses in the Senate Finance Committee, and they had real concerns with the state picking winners and losers on what type of energy people are connecting to their homes. If the sponsor wants to eliminate allowances for natural gas service, then we should be applying that evenly across all different types of utilities. Fair is fair. In order to provide service like water, gas and electricity, contractors receive a portion of the cost back to offset the installation costs. Eliminating the allowance will drive up home prices at a time when homes are already unaffordable, according to people down here. And because let's face it, if people still want to heat their homes with natural gas, it will drive up the costs. We talked about this a little bit already, but we should be applying what I call the CARE principle: clean, affordable, and reliable energy. This provision goes against affordable housing goals that the state has, especially in our mountain towns where heating with only electricity is too costly and not effective, and where we've seen that affordability is an even greater issue. One of the most egregious issues in this bill is that it would not allow for recovery of the fuel costs used for heating. It's in Section 4. An investor-owned gas utility shall file with the Commission a gas price risk management plan that includes proposals for leveling or reducing the volatility of fuel costs that are recovered pursuant to an annual gas cost adjustment filing. Such plan must include a maximum per month fuel cost that accounts for price fluctuations based on seasonality and can be automatically recovered through the gas cost adjustment mechanism. Subsection B, however, states that the Commission may allow any costs above the maximum monthly fuel cost included in an investor-owned gas utilities plan pursuant to subsection 1A of this section to be recovered in a deferred balance that is recovered and amortized over an appropriate timeline as determined by the Commission. What this means is that the utility has no guarantee they will recover the cost of fuel costs, and if the Commission does allow the utility to recover those costs, the utility may have to carry those costs for any number of years. The way this sounds, our energy providers would need to go to the PUC and file rate cases to recover the fuel costs and the interest or borrowing costs that will be sitting in this deferred account for however long the PUC determines. On top of that, having utilities not be allowed to recover costs for that length of time could backfire. And we heard this in committee. We heard it in the Select Committee, and we heard it in the Finance Committee. It could lead to credit rating downgrades for our energy providers, for our utilities. And I know this was summarily dismissed, but it's true. This directive seems completely contrary to what the goals of this legislation are, which is to save customers money on their utility bills. It sounds like they want to require energy providers to take on the risk, but they don't want to provide any backstop to that risk. The natural gas provided to customers for heating is something energy providers make no profit on at all. They said this in the committee. They said it several times. Energy providers make absolutely no profit on fuel costs. In fact, if the price of fuel goes up, regulated energy providers, utilities in our state have to borrow money to pay for that fuel. The interest they pay for those loans go out and buy natural gas to keep their customers warm cannot be passed through to the customer. Those interest costs can be up to hundreds of millions of dollars that the energy provider shareholders pay to make sure their customers are safe and warm during these extraordinary weather events. And the fuel costs are out of the utility's control. Again, those costs are out of the utility's control. So let's be straight. Back when natural gas prices were lower, the Public Utilities Commission, again, we heard this in committee, the Public Utilities Commission told the regulated energy providers to stop using hedging as a way to save money for utility customers. That was the PUC who did that. It worked out really well for customers during those years, for ratepayers during those years. Eliminating hedging did save a lot of money for customers, but it is something that would have had insulated customers from the huge price spikes in 2021 and this past winter. When energy providers aren't able to recover costs, and remember, I'm not talking about any profits, just recovering their costs of purchasing the fuel for the customers, investors or lenders see lending money to that company as a risk. Investors have a lot of safer places to put their money. And if investors see our energy providers as a risk, then they will charge them higher interest rates to loan them money. That's not rocket science. It's already happening. It's happened other places as well. Higher interest rates for loans to build transmission lines for renewable energy, higher interest rates for wind farms and solar farms as well. They're actually solar facilities, just like they're wind facilities. Those really aren't farms. It's a nice word to use, but they really are not farms. Higher interest rates for hydrogen energy and geothermal energy as well. And higher interest rates if we see another 2021 winter storm or a 2023 winter storm and they need to borrow money for more fuel for their customers. And who ends up paying for that extra cost of higher interest rates? The customer. The customer does. Now, regulated energy providers don't have access to government-backed loans like some of the other utilities in this state. And they can't issue their own government-backed bonds like some of the other utilities in this state. And their goal, like all other electric and natural gas utilities in this state, is to provide the energy those customers need in order to live their normal lives, to be warm in the winter and cool in the summer. And apparently Wall Street is watching Colorado pretty darn closely, because rating agencies like Fitch, Moody's, and Bank of America have already indicated concerns about the regulatory environment facing Colorado energy providers after the Public Utilities Commission's decisions on fuel recovery after the 2021 winter storm. And Fitch actually recently downgraded another utility in another state that was only disallowed recovery of $5 million of fuel costs. Not a whole lot in the big picture of fuel costs. A downgrade like this could mean more money that Colorado customers have to spend on their energy bills. Exactly opposite of what we were trying to do with the Select Committee. The Public Utilities Commission already has the ability to deny recovery for costs that energy providers incur that they do not believe are prudent expenses, and they can already do that. In fact, we hear about this every year, or at least some of you, every year in the SMART Act hearings on how much in costs that the PUC denies utilities. But this bill allows the Commission to deny recovery costs regardless of prudence. The PUC just completed a rulemaking proceeding on allocating risk between utilities and customers for gas commodity costs. But Senate Bill 291 unwinds that lengthy and deliberative process and proceeding and requires an entirely new rulemaking on the same topic before the rules of that proceeding have the chance to go into effect. This bill will lead to more top-down regulation. Again, it gives the PUC, it's Democrat-controlled, increased authority and discretion with vaguely written goals. Section 5 of the bill states on page 16 that an investor-owned gas utility shall provide, as part of any gas infrastructure plan or as otherwise directed by the Commission, a map showing system-wide locations, ages and materials or types of gas distribution systems, system pipes, consistent with 49 CFR 191 and section 40-2-115-1D. As part of the filing, the investor-owned gas utility shall also provide information about pipes that may need to be upgraded or replaced within 10 years after the date that the utility files the plan. Unless otherwise directed by the Commission shall ensure that the content of the map provided to the Commission and the sharing procedures are in compliance with the parameters related to critical infrastructure reporting standards of the California Institute for Energy and Environment. So here we go, California. Or its successor organization. So we're not getting away from California. And the Safety and System Integrity Standards of the American Petroleum Institute or its successor organization. Obviously, this language has become a significant safety risk for utility customers in Colorado. The energy provider should not be disclosing sensitive information regarding the location of critical certain infrastructure, which provides a guide to bad actors that seek to vandalize and cause destruction to gas infrastructure and cause disruption of gas services to customers and risk the lives of those customers who lose service due to the bad actors and the lives of utility workers to have to go out and repair that infrastructure. If the state wants this information, there needs to be protections in place to ensure the confidentiality of this information from public disclosure. A better approach would have been to analyze all the previous bills, the previous requirements and mandates that have led us to this moment. We have higher property taxes, more expensive gas, skyrocketing utility bills, and a governor who wants a 13-member board of bureaucrats to decide the character of your communities. So hang on to your gas stove. Think twice before you turn on your gas fireplace. Because here's what this bill doesn't do. It does nothing to take care of the problem that citizens in Colorado want us to address. All of those emails, we all received. All of those emails. This bill does not actually lower fuel costs for utility customers. It doesn't actually help with increasing natural gas storage in the state, which would be a huge help to stabilizing electricity and heating costs for consumers. It doesn't help find solutions to the lack of affordable, long-term fuel contracts and hedging available in the market. And it doesn't do anything to help inform our citizens on what they can do to help stabilize their utility bills. I would urge a no vote on Senate Bill 291.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion? President Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. What's that? Almost all of it. I questioned coming up here to rebut any of what we just heard, to be honest. And here's why. And I mean this with all due respect. I think most of what was just discussed is not accurate to the bill as it is now. But I question even saying that, because when this bill passes, rulemakings will happen, there will be interveners, rate cases will be proposed, and the commission's going to have to interpret what we just did in this bill. And from time to time, they may look at the legislative record and say, what do they intend when they pass that bill? What does Section 4 mean? What does Section 5 mean? How should we implement it? And if you look at the legislative record and you listen to the good senator from Weld County's speech, they're going to interpret something very different than what this bill does. They're going to say, oh, the utility is not guaranteed to recover their fuel costs anymore. The legislature said nobody should be able to heat their homes with natural gas anymore. Because the doom and gloom that we just heard, I mean, I don't know, maybe I should just say, for the record, everything the senator from Weld County just said is the intent of this bill. Everything that we just heard, that's the intention of this bill. Let the record show. That is worst case scenario for the utilities. But in reality, I think a lot of what was said is not accurate to what this bill does. The bill actually now says that the commission shall allow recovery of prudently incurred fuel costs. So it's the opposite of a good portion of what we just heard. She also talked about the fact that hedging and long-term contracts and things like that are not allowed. That's not what this bill does. Okay, let the record show this bill does not allow any hedging or long-term contracts. But of course, that's not accurate because the bill specifically calls out those tools as potential tools that the utility can propose to the commission to help have a better handle on fuel costs. So I just want to make sure it's clear that this bill, the purpose is to reduce the impact on consumers, is to provide better tools at the commission to do that, and has received quite a bit of feedback from the utilities to make it something that generally I think is manageable. It actually provides a symmetrical incentive for a lot of these things, meaning if the utility does a good job, they can actually make more money. So if they save consumers a whole lot of money, they can make some of that money. If they lose consumers a lot of money, or they manage things poorly and it doesn't result in savings, they may have to have some sort of penalty on their books. There is a lot of conversation that the only thing that can fix this problem is the market. It's a funny comment because they are regulated monopolies. There is no market. That's the problem. The only part that is subject, I think, in the system to the market are the fuel costs. However, that is a direct pass-through dollar for dollar. That's not a market then. Because then there's no incentive inherent for them to have the cheapest fuel costs because they don't have to pay for it. You pay for it. So there's another market failure. So the market is not going to fix this problem. This is a regulated monopoly. It is our job that we largely have delegated to the commission to regulate them, to make sure they look out for the public interest. And that's what this bill does. I don't think this is going to have any major impacts on anyone's credit ratings. I think that is the argument that we will always hear every time we think about regulating or touching how regulation occurs for monopoly utilities. But we heard in the Select Committee that that really is not a concern. There are a lot of utilities that are nonprofits, co-ops, municipal electric utilities. They also have to borrow money. Warren Buffett, I think, said, you don't get rich investing in utilities, but you stay rich investing in utilities. There will always be capital available for utilities because the consumer has nowhere else to go. If they want a warm house, they will continue paying their utility bill. They will get recovery. They will get paid back. And that's what the investor wants to know. And so they will continue to invest in large corporations that are regulated monopoly utilities because it is a very, very safe investment.
Thank you. Minority Leader Lumbing.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you to the President. And I'm facing that way. Here's what we're going to do. I appreciate very much the comments of the President. The bill seeks to solve utility problems. I mean, it's people reached out and said, help, my utility bills are out of control. And what do legislators do when somebody calls and says, help? They say, I've got a solution. I write laws for a living. I'll write a law. And we frequently try to do things that you just can't do with a law. Now, this bill is operational. It may tinker around the edges, I would argue. It may have marginal impacts on bills because it does intersect with utilities and how they're regulated and how the PUC does or doesn't allow cost recovery. But this bill also has a meaningful, fundamental, damaging on consumer price, meaning prices will go up by virtue of this bill over time, effect because it squeezes further the production of natural gas. Now, here in Colorado and around the country, and quite frankly across the globe, as we squeeze the production of natural gas, we in fact put pressure on utility prices. We put pressure on the bills people pay for electricity. About 40%, just a little under 40% of the power that we consume as electricity is generated by natural gas. So as we squeeze natural gas, we have an effect on one of the immutable laws. Now, there are some laws that are really easy to understand. We don't argue about them. We don't even really completely understand them. We just agree with them. One of those laws is gravity. Lundin holds keys in air behind podium. Lundin releases keys. They fall to the floor. 100% of the time. Gravity, immutable law of physics. Well, there are some immutable laws in economics as well. We have the first law, and I'm always wanting, my colleagues on both sides of the aisle to actually be able to pass a freshman level Econ 101 class. And the first thing you're going to learn in that class is Tanstaffel. There ain't no such thing as a free lunch, meaning there's always somebody paying for it. If it happens, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Second thing you're going to learn is about supply and demand. And so here's what happens with supply and demand. You've got your standard graph. This is graph number 1 in Econ 101. You've got an increase of quantity as you move to the right on the horizontal line, an increase in price as you move up the axis on the vertical line. You have your supply line, your new supply line, demand, and where supply and demand intersect, that's the production of something, natural gas in this particular conversation, and the demand intersect, that's where your price is set. As you make the quantity of something more available, if demand stays constant, the price falls. Now, the reverse also happens. If you write regulations, if you do things that make supply less available and demand stays constant, not even increasing, but stays constant, the price goes up. And that's the underlying fallacy of this particular bill. The precursor to the whole conversation is the BTUs that are inherent in the physical world that are converted to light or heat have a cost to get to wherever they're going. And if we have less BTUs available or we make those BTUs less available, price goes up. And that's the big concern I have with this bill. I'm going to pick my keys up before I forget. My concern is that this bill will continue to put the squeeze on natural gas, and at the end of the whole story, this bill will have the exact negative and unintended consequence of what it seeks to fix. Now, the bill's largely operational, but it intrudes into marketplace. Natural gas is most used in the United States for heating homes and businesses and generating electricity. In 2021, the electric power sector accounted for about 37% of total U.S. natural gas consumption. And natural gas was the source of about 32% of the U.S. electric power sector's primary energy consumption. That's according to the Energy Information Administration. This is the thing that I keep banging this drum or pounding this podium and repeating over and over in this well. Natural gas is clean, emitting significant less carbon dioxide, sulfur, nitrogen, and particles when burned than other fossil fuels. It's abundant here in Colorado. It's produced well here in Colorado, not as well as it once was, and I believe not as well as it should once again in the future be. According to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, residential natural gas use accounts for just 4% of total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions. Think about that. Residential use of gas, 4% of the emissions we're dealing with. And I'm always talking about the blue-green orb we live on together and we're all trying to save. The reality is we need to be smart about how we do that. And I think natural gas is part of that solution. The use of natural gas has reduced cumulative carbon dioxide emissions by 61%, primarily because of the shift from other carbon fuels, from coal. And over time, I would say natural gas is a carbon transition fuel. At some point, it will be in our rearview mirror as well. But today, it has the potential to be clean, abundant, reliable, and provide efficiency. You've heard me from this well tell the story that it would take another 197 million zero tailpipe emission electric vehicles to get the same, and there's about 3 million electric vehicles running around out there right now. Another 197 million. So increasing by factors, multiple factors, the use of EVs to get the same greenhouse gas reduction we've got by converting from other carbon fuels to natural gas since 2010. Colorado's the 7th largest producer of natural gas in the country. It's the nation's 2nd largest dry gas reserves are on the Piceance Basin on the western slope of Colorado. The nation's 2nd largest reserves. Economic value in the ground in Colorado. Global greenhouse gas emission control value in the ground in Colorado. Incredible opportunity for us to achieve all of our objectives here. Natural gas prices were historically low for about 10 years. We all got very comfortable with that. And that's why our utility bills were so consistent. And we got used to low utility bills as well because of the reliable and affordable use of natural gas. From 2011 to 2020, the average price for natural gas was just over $3 an MMBTU. The previous decade was nearly twice that amount. So it came down, it was about $6, came down to about $3 for the decade we're just coming out of. Then when COVID hit, there was a significant supply problem, economy shut down, demand was shut down, policy initiatives, some passed through this very General Assembly or prior General Assemblies, but this very body had an impact on the production and drove production down. Supply, whoops, my graph here disappeared. Supply down, demand constant. My face is too far away, it says. Supply down, demand constant, price up. Like the gravity of the keys falling to the ground, an immutable economic reality. It happens that way. When the economies opened up and began to recover, demand went up and prices went up. It is not easy for producers to quickly increase supply. So we need to be thinking about this as we engage on bills like 291. Some projects take a year or multiple years to permit and get through the process and into production. So natural gas prices almost doubled, and in fact, in some cases, they more than doubled, up to the 6 to 8 MMBTU range. Then Russia invaded Ukraine, which is tragically not history, still current reality, and natural gas production to Europe was curtailed. That had further destabilizing effects in the marketplace. So as of April, there's good news in this story. As of April, the price of natural gas has settled back to about $2.25 an MMBTU. So that's lower than it was for that blessed, decade where everything was so sweet, but it's still higher in some markets. I would love to get into, and you've heard me talk a little bit about the moral imperative I think we have to make liquid natural gas, bottled natural gas, liquid propane available to the people who are still, quite frankly, cooking meals and feeding their families using charcoal and dung. I think that we need to be, in fact, providing the opportunity to have access to liquid propane, liquid natural gas for them as well. But with regard to this bill, 291, the objections are simply this. This is going to squeeze natural gas production. And when you limit natural gas production, it falls, which also increases costs to the utilities, which is bad for the power grid, because that stable platform that we have from natural gas power production is challenged. It's bad for the Colorado natural gas industry, obviously. And at the end of the day, because of the immutable laws of economics and the effects that this bill will have squeezing natural gas production, this will be ultimately bad for customers and will create a higher floor for what their utility bills look like, and quite frankly, over time, will ratchet that floor up and increase utility costs over time. Mr. Chair, thank you for your attention.
Thank you. Further discussion, Senator Finberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'll be brief. But I want to be clear. This bill has literally nothing to do with natural gas production. Like, literally. I've run bills on natural gas production. This bill does nothing in that area. I wish that we could be here and debate the substance of this topic, because there's a lot to unpack and debate. It is a weird model, what we do with regulated monopoly utilities in the modern day. And if you like markets, you really should hate this model. If you want the consumer to be empowered to make decisions for him or herself based on their values or trying to find the cheapest price, you should really hate the model that we live in. I wish we were here debating what the future of a regulated utility system should look like. I think we could have a very interesting debate and probably find some agreement on a whole lot of those topics. This bill doesn't fundamentally change that. I wish that was the conversation we were having and we could just like get into it and really figure out the best path forward for Colorado. But most of what we've been talking about is not in the bill. It has nothing to do with natural gas production. It's about utilities that use that product. I haven't heard from a single natural gas operator on this bill. You know why? Because it has nothing to do with them. I've heard a lot from utilities. There's only about 4 of them, investor-owned monopoly utilities in Colorado. This is about the fact that we give some companies a very special, sweet deal. And we've been doing it for a long time. And that's why we keep doing it. Simply because we've done it for a long time and it's entrenched and it's really hard to change that system. There's a lot of money tied up in that system. That is our money. And so it's a real question. Is it in our best interest to try something new? But that's not what this bill actually is even about. This is saying we are continuing down the path of the system we've had for 100+ years. What more controls do we need to have so we're at least looking out for the consumer a little bit better? That's what this is about. Some of the ideas that were attacked today as they will do the opposite of what this bill thinks it's going to do came from the utilities through a member to me, and we put it in the bill. But now, today, this afternoon at the well, it is preposterous to suggest that there should be a leveling mechanism for fuel costs and people's consumer bills, even though that came from the utility to a member to me, and it's in the bill. I have their one-pager that explains how to develop a program that does that. That's generally what's in this bill. It's not a core part of the bill, but it's a part that was attacked. There was a joint select committee. We heard from a lot of people. We repeatedly said on the mic, if you want additional witnesses, additional people to come to the committee, let us know. I didn't hear from anybody. Do you want a 4th committee hearing? If so, if you have ideas, provide them. Crickets. So we didn't do a 4th committee hearing, and instead, we moved forward on a piece of legislation. It's not a committee bill, it's just a bill, based on a lot of the things we learned in the committee. But at the end of the day, this bill, the reason why we were bringing it forward is because we think we need to do a better job. We need to have better guardrails and better incentives for the commission, as well as for the utilities, to look out for consumer interests. This bill, at its heart, tries to align the incentive of the utility
to be closer to the incentive of the consumer. And I think everybody wins if we can get closer to that goal.
Further discussion? Minority Leader Lundin.
Thank you. I appreciate the comments very much. Two responses to two elements. One, we can disagree on whether or not this bill will ultimately pinch natural gas. It is my conclusion that it will, in fact, continue to put the squeeze on natural gas. To the question of having a debate about the inner workings of the bill, now that we have the amendments that we will have gotten through stakeholders on the other side of the glass, I'd be more than happy to engage in the inner workings of the bill with regard to its operational amendments, with regard to the regulation and what a regulated monopoly may look like. But in order to do that, I would say we should lay the bill over for a day or two and have a conversation. Now that the amendments are visible and available, the time is to consider them, contemplate them, analyze them, and then come into the debate. To debate on the fly, not having seen amendments, is challenging in the extreme. And so if we want to lay over a day or two, I think that might provide for a more interesting debate of the internals of the concepts, the policies of this particular bill. So thank you, Mr. Chair. To the bill sponsors, I'm more than happy to take another 48 hours to really give this a good thorough going through if you'd like to. Or even, yeah, we could take 18 or 20 days if we really wanted to do it well. And I would offer that up as well as an offer. In fact, I think I might be able to get a unanimous support from my caucus on that particular issue. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Seeing no further discussion, the question before us is the adoption of Senate Bill 291. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. 291 is adopted. Ms. Cole, will you please read the title to House Bill 1190?
House Bill 1190, Representatives Basin and Sirota, Senator Winter F., concerning a right of first refusal to purchase qualifying multifamily residential property by a local government.
We'll take a Senatorial 5. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move House Bill 1190 lay over until Monday, May 1st.
House Bill 1190 will be laid over till Monday, as requested by the Majority Leader. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. 1190 will be laid over until Monday. Mr. Majority Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move that the balance of the general order's second reading calendar lay over until tomorrow, Wednesday, April 26th.
Question before us is to lay over the balance of the calendar. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The balance of the calendar will be laid over until tomorrow. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move the committee rise and report.
Thank you. The question before us is committee to rise and report. All those in favor say aye. All opposed say no. Ayes have it. The committee will rise and report.
The Senate will come to order. Senator Exum.
Thank you, Mr. President. The committee has met and had a number of bills under consideration. Will the clerk please read the report?
Mr. President, your committee of the whole begs leave to report it has had under consideration the following attached bills, being the second reading thereof, and makes the following recommendations on. Senate Bill 291 is amended, passed on second reading, ordered into gross and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1233, 1266, 1243, Senate Bill 279, and House Bill 1246 laid over until April 26, 2023, and retaining their place on the calendar. House Bill 1190 laid over until May 1st, 2023, and retaining its place on the calendar.
Senator Exum.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the report.
The motion is the adoption of the Committee of the Whole report. Are there any no votes? Senators Van Winkle, Baisley. With a vote of 33 ayes, 2 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the Committee of the Whole report is adopted. Senate Bill 291 is amended, passed in second reading, ordered engrossed, and placed on the calendar for third reading and final passage. House Bills 1233, 1266, 1243, Senate Bill 279, and House Bill 1246 laid over until April 26th and retaining their place on the calendar. House Bill 1190 laid over until May 1st and retaining its place on the calendar. Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move that I move consideration of House amendments to Senate bills lay over until tomorrow, Wednesday, April 26th.
Motion is to lay over the consideration of House amendments to Senate bills until tomorrow. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and those will lay over. Consideration of governor's appointments. Consent calendar. Will the clerk please read all of the appointments listed on the consent calendar?
Members of the Board of Assessment Appeals for terms beginning June 30th, 2022, expiring June 30th, 2023. Claudia Crane of Crestone, Colorado, reappointed. John DeBrunks of Denver, Colorado, reappointed.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for the confirmation of all the appointments on the consent calendar, which includes the members of the Board of Assessment Appeals.
Is there any discussion? The motion is the confirmation of all of the appointments on the consent calendar. Are there any no votes? With 35 ayes, 0 noes, 0 absent, 0 excused, the appointments are confirmed. Announcements. Delivered to the governor.
April 25th, 2025, to the governor for signature on Tuesday, April 25th, 2023 at 8:42 a.m. Senate Bills 168, 169, and 170.
Announcements. Senator Malika.
Thank you, Mr. President. Members, Senate Finance Committee will meet in 15 minutes upon adjournment, so we'll call it 3:10. Members, we will be hearing Senate Bill 98 and 1279 first on the calendar.
Senator Pelton.
Thank you, Mr. President. Everyone received one of these on their desk. Tomorrow, we have food truck feast. They'll be out on the west steps. You can go out and buy lunch. There'll be several different, like 4 different ones out there. So let's take a short break while we're working tomorrow, and let's go out and buy some truck food lunch. Thank you.
Senator Jaquez Lewis.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senate Local Government and Housing Committee will meet in 15 minutes, which is 3:10 p.m. We will not hear House Bill 1165, but we will hear 1120 and 1115. Thank you.
Senator Winter.
Thank you, Mr. President. Tomorrow is Denim Day. So this is the day where we wear denim to recognize sexual assault and violence. And as you know, we're not allowed to wear denim here, but on Denim Day, you pay your fine, and it goes to the Colorado Sexual Assault and Awareness Association. So please bring a couple dollars tomorrow, wear your denim, and the good senator from Brighton and I will be doing a quick resolution for Denim Day tomorrow.
Senator Bridges.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Appropriations Committee will meet tomorrow morning at 8:30. We will, however, hold off until all members can be present in case the previous committee runs late, which may mean that we push the Senate to start a little late, which shouldn't interfere with, I'm sure, the President's plans on starting tomorrow anyway. So we do have, starting off the agenda tomorrow, Senate Bill 213, just facts, guys, 213, 263, 275, 277, 288, 289, House Bill 1075, and House Bill 1197. I believe that is the entirety of the calendar. If something is added or taken away, I will do my best to inform folks as soon as possible. The packets should be at your desk already, and I believe we are still waiting for the canary sheet for 213, but it should be there momentarily. Thank you all so much.
Senator Rodriguez.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Business, Labor, and Technology Committee will also meet at 3:15 at the Supreme Court. The calendar will not change. We have one confirmation, Senate Bill 292 and House Bill 1229.
Senator Winter again.
Thank you, Mr. President. I apologize. Tomorrow is Butterfly Pavilion Day at the Capitol. They will be near the old Supreme Court with many of their invertebrates. They're the only invertebrate certified zoo in the world. So come check out their folks and their animals. And tomorrow morning, I am going to have Rosie the tarantula with me on the floor. And so if you've ever held Rosie, but also this is fair warning, if you are terrified of spiders, you might want to leave. No, you don't let Rosie on the ground. She's just going to be in my hands.
Majority Leader Moreno.
Thank you, Mr. President. Seeing no further announcements, I move that the Senate recess until 3 p.m. today. Colleagues, you do not need to return. We're simply reading bills across the desk.
You have heard the motion. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the Senate will recess until 3 p.m. today.